Yep, you guys are live.
Fishing Expo, leaving the home base of Fishing the DMV. Gonna walk around here. I want to show you something here on this side. Barry's Custom Baits right here. This is Jake's Bait and Tackle, Barry's Custom Baits. Okay, got a lot of great plastics here. What Barry's doing, and he's standing over here. We're going to show you. I'm not going to take it out of the bag now, but it's got this translucent type of effect when in the lighting. Oh, yeah. Kind of hard to see through the bag, but let's walk over here because I see the man himself. He's doing some jointed jerk baits. Kenny G also custom. That's the cool thing about Jake's. Rogers jigs, very popular. And right here we got the shirt. Floyd is what is he? The poster child for that. He's a model. Okay, this old OG baits, old guys. So at Jake's Bait and Tackle every Friday, you got some old guys that come in. Jeff Miller, I don't know if he's old yet, but he's part of the old guys club. And this is the man right here himself, Barry, is making me baits. I'm a little jealous. I'll be the big 5-0 50 here Monday, but and I'm not old enough to be in the old guys club. But these guys, about 6 or 8 of you, come into Jake's every Friday. A lot of lies, anything, and a lot of truth too. A lot of ribbon.
At least I tell the truth.
You
don't exaggerate.
You've been making baits for several years. You just now started selling. Yep. You got a good product. Got some paddle tails, some flukes, some tubes.
Jordan Meadows.
So the stuff is good. That's again the thing about Jake's Bait and Tackle is a lot of custom stuff and a lot of stuff local to the area. Like you're doing stuff that people want, whether you're on the Susquehanna River, Shenandoah River. You guys are going up north. Floyd goes up north a lot. Smallmouth guys. So another quick thing too about this gentleman right here. Met him several years ago. And the people that think the Shenandoah River, these guys are Shenandoah River guys, that it's exclusive to just our area, ran to him. They're from the Richmond area. Been fishing the Shenandoah River since the late 70s. So anybody thinks it's just exclusive, like you've been fishing a while, so you know that secret up there.
When the first show I went up there was, I think, about 75.
75. Wow. That was the year I was born, and I'm going to be 50. So, guys, that's 50 years. A quick math there for you. So,
I was going to hand off. Are you done?
I'm done.
And we're going to keep moving so we can see it all. But good seeing you guys. Stop by Jake's Bait and Tackle. We also have Bent Rod here. Got a lot of great product. The rig. If you walk in there and see, they're also with Jake's Bait and Tackle. We're selling them. They're standalone also. You can find them online. You can order www.bentrodfishing.com. bentrodfishingusa.com.
USA. Get it right.
That's right. They've got some apparel. So again, as you guys know the routine, fishing the DMV, thanks to Carly and Thomas, just a way for you, if you can't make it down here to Richmond Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, you can kind of see, if you do make it down, this is what you will see.
Oh, they got the ice cream stand that's here.
The ice cream is the favorite. Like it is, the problem is, here's the problem with it, you got all these flavors, and Fat Boy, I can only get one a day, so
I'll be back
I got to decide which one I'm going to get. The other thing I absolutely love about these type of, we got the favorite over here, the favorite line.
Favorite rods and reels, and don't forget Slab Savage, a new crappie bait, panfish bait to hit the market.
Okay.
Beautiful. Here's what it looks like.
All right, here we go.
Oh, all right.
Crappie bait to have like a beaver tail. First crappie bait to have a beaver tail.
Oh.
And UV reflector. So you see that there? Oh, look at the beautifulness of that. Look at that.
Okay.
So if you're fishing in a sunny day like that, you'll see no fish will see like that down to 10 feet, then it goes back to the normal color.
Cool.
That's for our Slab Savage right over there. For its favorite rods, we have a lot of deals. Some of them are buy two, get one free. Some are buy one, get one free.
Good deals. I've always said about those little crappie jigs too, though. They'll catch crappie, but they'll also catch big bass.
Yes. Big top bass, saltwater flounder, of course, whitehouse smallmouth, every panfish, white perch, yellow perch, of course, white black crappie, everything.
There we go.
Right there.
Richmond Fishing Expo, favorite.
Thank you, guys.
Another thing I just love about these shows is this bass tank up here. And then there'll be guys, you know, up there doing seminars, plenty of seating here. There's so much that you can learn from these professionals in the field, in the industry.
Yeah,
A lot of great deals this weekend as well. Phony Frogs here out of New Kent, Virginia. Very popular. Big swim baits. Very popular. I know he said when we brought him to East Coast, very popular in California to start, but when he came out here, everybody kind of laughed at him back in the day. You're not going to catch anything with that until start pulling in 8 and 10 pounders and bigger. Then they stopped laughing, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Definitely got laughed at a whole lot when we first started.
Yeah. It's no longer a laughing matter.
No. The joke is on them now.
That's exactly right. Big fish, you got to eat big.
Yes, this is going to be our new soft bait that we're going to release at the March Classic. So this will be released at the Texas Classic.
Very cool.
And I wish I knew a little bit more specs on it. Jason will be back here shortly, but if you kind of like want to touch it and feel it, look, here he is right here.
What's going on, buddy?
How's it going?
Good.
Give him a little info on that bait.
Yes, a new soft glide. It'll be released at Bassmasters in March.
Wow.
It's all silicone material, is very strong material. Been working on this for a little while, but yeah, for a long
It
while.
looks indestructible. I don't think it's going to last.
Yeah, it's gonna last a long time. It's one of the very first soft glides with dual swiveling hook hangers. No other soft glides on the market have got dual hook hangers. It basically comes with all the hardware that your hard bait would have, with a soft outer core.
Looks incredible.
Yeah, thank you.
No, unfortunately not. After the Classic, they are able to call and place an order for them, and we'll release it in batches as we do when we release them to our stores. But until the Classic, like we've held our ground and we're sticking to our word, and we're going to release it at the Classic.
That's good. March 2025 will be the release date on that. What's going on, Otis? How are you, buddy? Good. Been to Florida here recently?
No, I didn't go this
You
year.
throwing big baits?
No, not yet, but
Not
I'm in the
yet?
process.
Okay, I was going to say, I know you catch big fish too. Thank you, guys. You guys be looking for that. So obviously, as you can see, the show is open. The doors have opened. Kipper Stick Rods here, great rod, custom rod company, also out of Virginia. Just want to go up and down, I guess, or around. And you see something, Carly, you got an eye for this stuff too. Just point it out. Talked to this gentleman before with the wooden lures. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Got a great deal last year on the gill rain jacket, so you can get some deals here at the Richmond Expo as well.
No, this is, I got you.
So you guys all know John Odenkirk with Virginia Department Wildlife Resources. Going to try to get him on to sit down and talk to him about Lake Anna. He does manage Lake Anna, as most of you know. If you don't know, it's producing mega bags right now. The dirty 30, 31 pound bag with 5 fish.
Last time you were at Lake Anna.
It was in the fall, I guess, fall of the year. We'll keep moving, I guess, but we'll get him back on the show. That's one thing I love that Thomas has done too, with incorporating, the biologists, not just, the anglers, the biologists. He's kind of bridging the gap and bringing everybody together so they can kind of give you insight into what they are doing. A nice setup here. Oh, yeah. Got Ray Myers here, and Ray just kind of flashed me here. What you got there, Ray? Who's this?
John Cruz.
John Cruz signed it.
Signed it.
You want me to sign your head?
No, I'll get him to do it later.
All right.
I was looking for Timmy Horton.
Are
He's
you?
not here.
All right. That's a pretty good deal right there, Ray. Good deal. Hey, what's going on, guys? Here's our friend Tiger Crankbaits.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you guys doing? What's up, buddy? Good to see you. I'm doing well. Good. Yes, sir. Got a good product here. They're always a great paint job, great blanks.
Usual old stuff.
What's that?
Usual old stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing new, sir.
Yeah. And I put out
Is this new here too?
This is the Pro Series, Supreme Pro Series crawls.
But yeah, so what they do is. Nice. Tell me about it.
Well, that was one of our hottest creations because we did some for a smallmouth guy. So what she did is she put a lot of line work on it, you know, and real small lines in it. And for smallmouth, it is a smoker, but they are very time consuming with all of that. And our newest one is our mice.
The first place. It's fuzzy.
Yeah. It's fuzzy just like a mouse. So, and this model plus these are all foam filled baits. So what happens, the foam is booing as it is, and it's a flake bait, but it keeps it right to the top. And you can burn it and get it to go under the water, but it won't run under the water but about an inch or two, then it pops back up like a frog.
Cool.
The tube goes all the way through it, so the skirt runs all the way through it. So it ain't no one side of it falls out like some of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's all the way through there. Dynamite little deal.
They're so cool.
I lost my first life cast.
Again, for those that like shopping local, United States of America, Virginia,
Virginia,
made
Chesterfield
in Virginia, Chesterfield County.
Yes,
So,
indeed. Yes, indeed.
how else can they find you? Can you find you online?
You can find us on our webpage at Tiger Crankbait. Not our webpage, excuse me, Facebook. They're finishing up our webpage, so we are going to be on the old interweb here very
There we
quick.
go. Love it.
Making it a little easier to sell.
Good deal.
And you can find us at Pet Sporting Goods, Castaways, Select Saturdays at Dances, Gregory's Lakeside, up
That's
in
right.
y'all's neck of the woods. And there's another old store up around there in Winchester,
Yeah,
something like that.
old,
Jake's-
yeah.
Something like that.
Where a bunch of lies are sold. Yeah.
You can buy
Lies are sold, baits are sold. Yeah.
also, and Fishtails 2 in Hopewell. So we're getting out about it. You can get them right
That's
straight
great.
from us.
Good deal. That's awesome. You guys are growing.
A couple new stores coming out this year for the
That's cool.
spring down in the King William area, one in Mechanicsville.
Y'all
So,
growing.
so we're trying to get them all out
That's
there. And
Y'all
so
do good work.
thank you very
Keep
much.
it up.
Good seeing y'all.
Take care, guys. And you've got
Got fudge stand.
fudge,
Fudge stand. I'm all about
Very
the food at
popular.
these things, apparently.
all the different flavors.
Hi, I will be back. I will be back for sample.
Hi, how are you guys? Somebody come back for one.
Look at here.
Major
There-
league dips. Okay.
There he is. How are you, Bruce? Good to see you. Hi, guys. How are you guys doing? Yes, absolutely. Guys, another local author here, Bruce Ingram. They've been on the river. They actually float the river and have written about it. You were one of the pioneers in like where you're putting in and taking out, just kind of getting that information out to the folks, right?
Well, that's very kind of you to say that.
And when I say pioneers, I'm not saying you're old, Bruce, but you did. You kind of put that in a written form.
I'm 72. I'm old. So
Very good. You caught a lot of smallmouth over the years too, have you not?
yes.
Very good.
So have you.
Yep. So we love it, don't we?
Yes.
Awesome.
Very cool. Highlighting the Virginia waters. Great seeing you guys.
Bye, Paul.
We will. I'll stop by. Yes, sir.
We got kayaks.
Kayaks and yak attack. One thing you guys said you were surprised at the last show that they didn't have the kayaks.
Yeah,
Had
in
the
North
kayaks
Carolina.
accessories, but
In
yeah.
Raleigh, there was 0 kayaks. We were shocked. So it's good to see some here.
That's been a big industry. The kayak is just another way to get on the water, catch those fish. A lot of people say you can get some places the big boats can't. New River Outdoor Company, another great smallmouth fishery in the state.
Yeah.
Well, tell us a little bit about your place here.
Oh, well, I'm Ethan from New River Outdoor Company. We do guided smallmouth trips on the New, and then we have cabins you can stay at. So we're running some pretty cool packages here at the show to get you a pretty good discount on a package fishing lodging deal. So, yeah.
Good deal. You guys, we've stayed there before and fished the New River. Great river. The state record, for those who don't know, state record smallmouth has come out of the New River, and that was, 8 and some change, I believe.
Yep, 8 and some change, and our guide service has caught some 6ers, some 6-pounders, and even a 7-pounder over recent years. So
yeah, you got to think it's
huge smallmouth.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time where that record's gonna be broke. That's an older record too, from what I remember, and only gonna be a matter of time. But beautiful fishery. So you guys are looking for that. Like I say, they can do the lodging and the guided trip. So
Yeah, it's a fun trip, and a lot of people catch their PB smallmouth on the New River. So
you guys are also doing muskie as well.
Yep. Our muskie season is kind of winding down, but yeah.
Good deal. You guys check them out. Look them up.
Yeah, thank you.
How's it going today? Good.
What we got here?
I'm John with TSA Lures, Target Species Acquired, all custom hand painted here in Richmond, Virginia. Just do a variety of jerk baits, crankbaits, topwater. Everything's got gamakatsu hooks and Spro hardware on.
Where are you out of?
Richmond.
Oh, very good. Yeah, that's excellent workmanship there.
Appreciate that.
Very cool.
TSALures.com or on TSA_lures on Instagram.
Thank you.
We're going to get our seminar series started here in about the next 30 minutes. Be sure to check out forms for the times of the exactly we go. So you're not so guys here to be down as all the topics and times as well. Also, we remind you to be sure to tune in with the report cards of the drawing box. All the things to be doing this weekend. Have the rest of the weekend. And just let them know on the call. This is just a good way for us to find out how to work out the show. You guys have good free stuff.
Again, guys, if you're anywhere close, I know a lot of guys coming from Winchester, 2.5 hours away, but if you're anywhere close, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, just a great opportunity to come down and see a lot of fishing gear, talk to fishing folks. Got the youth here, Bass Nation of Virginia, great organization. It just continues to grow. I think because of these fine folks right here. Jack's trying not to look. He doesn't want to.
Trying to put out a fire.
Doing good, right?
Doing great this morning. Thank you.
It keeps growing, doesn't it?
It keeps growing every day. We've got well over 300 kids now fishing. So
you guys are behind it. How many kids?
A little over 300 now.
A little over 300 in the state. You just think about that, and I love the idea of bass. And everybody knows the Elite Series and the Bassmaster Classic, but then you back down to the college and then high school. And you got 300 in high school. So they got a big thing happening in Virginia this year.
Start fishing at 7 years old.
And the Open this year.
We have an Open the first Sunday in May of this year at Kerr Reservoir, Bugs Island Lake, and they're taking the top 10% from that, go straight to the Nationals.
That's awesome. That's
Easy way to get
junior,
there.
high school,
Junior,
and
high
also
school,
college.
and college. College fish on Wednesday, Thursday, and the high school and juniors fish on Sunday.
We appreciate you guys. And again, if you're a young school-aged child that wants to fish, you just need a partner. You need a boat captain.
That's it.
And that's right. It's very competitive, very well organized, and
thank you.
Just a great. I can't tell you how many young kids just say, especially as they're older, they wish they would have started when they were younger. Or when you're old guys like us say, I wish we'd had that when I was growing up.
I'm 67. Right? If they had it when I was in school, I'd still be in high school.
That's exactly right. Yep. So we appreciate you guys. Oh, look at this. Check this out. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, we have a kayak trail going now. We're going to have 4 tournaments, and we have a schedule set. So go on our Facebook page, and you'll get all the information.
That's a great idea. Look, we got Shenandoah River on there too. What a great idea, guys.
Right.
Yep. No, we were just talking about kayaks and how big that market has been and how it's taken off, and it's a great thing. So again, thank you guys. Appreciate you all. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Jack.
See you in a little bit.
See you guys. Mr. Cruz. Got his new boat here. Check these trophies out. Then we got this guy over here too. Maryland guy. That's some trophies. This is the thing too, guys. You get an opportunity to really, these guys, what I love. John over here, carrying on a conversation. You turn over here, Mr. Schmidt, carrying on a conversation with locals. And where else can you do that? These guys are always sincere. Local guys.
Seeing Jacob Miller.
What seems to happen every time, Carly, is we kind of start in an organized fashion up and down the aisles, and then we just start roaming randomly. Yeah.
This is a doggy beat. This is bitty beat. It's a bitty beat.
Sorry, sir.
That's a bitty beat. That's nice.
What's up, gentlemen?
How you doing?
It's a very nice gun cabinet here.
Oh.
Make sure I get some tickets.
Okay.
Boosting, how are you, sir? That's beautiful.
We got some.
Yeah, another great product here. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Any new product out this year?
Yeah, actually, I got a bunch of stuff.
Oh, great.
So I got my little beeves.
Okay.
That's just a little that can be fished on a Ned. That's a new item. Let's see here. I know I got the Medusa.
Interesting.
Fish on a Ned.
Okay.
I have. Let's see here. It's hard to see and stuff on. Stone caddy.
Blending in, right? Oh yeah.
Little stone caddy. Swimbaits. They're in canoe. Let's see here. These are for chatterbaits. Chatterbait trailers.
Okay.
They got
That's a double joint there.
Yeah, that's a double joint in that one. These are also for chatters.
That's a good idea right there.
Yep, the 2-prong. Got micro jigs now. Let's see here.
What's this guy right here?
That's a new novelty item.
Okay.
It's called the Bud Grub.
Okay. I'm sure it'll catch them. Everything right there will catch them.
Yeah, that little thing's gonna be great for this winter time.
Okay.
I just got that mold in. So, but yeah, that one's gonna be a great one for the winter time. And let's see here, what else we got? Trying to think.
Where are you based out of again?
I'm based out of so my home water is Susquehanna River. I'm a guide on the Susquehanna River. I guide about 75 days a year on the river. Plus I make baits all the time, you know, so when I'm not guiding, I'm in my shop making baits. But I'm out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So I live in Lancaster. So, but I have an online store, www.snaglertackle.com.
Very good. And that is what's nice too. When you're guiding on the river, you're on the river a lot, and so you're seeing a lot. And you're, as far as fish behavior and different things, what they're eating, and like so to be able to do both those, you know, your product is going to be not just top notch, but it's going to be catered to those local waters.
The river,
and then whether you're Susquehanna River, Shenandoah River, James River, like.
River smallmouth or river smallmouth.
Exactly.
I fished all over the country for river smallmouth, and I can tell you that river smallmouth or river smallmouth, they might have different feeding patterns in terms of what they're feeding on based on what the primary forage is, but they still act the same.
Exactly.
When the water goes up, they go to shorelines and eddies. When the water comes down and gets low, they scatter out, you know, and they're singles out, you know, everywhere. So it happens on, I fished in Maine, Tennessee.
That's exactly right.
I fished out in the Midwest, upper Mississippi. They all do the same thing.
Exactly.
You know, so the nice thing, like you said, is, you know, I use these baits all the time. So I have adjusted things over the years to make the product a better product.
That's right.
You know, and it's really about that balance between suppleness and durability.
Yes.
And so that's what I'm always striving for, is getting the suppleness out of the bait, but still getting the durability out of it.
Correct. And the thing I love too is, like, you know, tackle warehouse, bass pro shop, like you can go online, you get all that, you get the stuff, you get your hands on that stuff. But this stuff is, and sometimes it's the same principles, again, with a bait fish or crayfish, different things, but local waters, you know, whether that be a color or size point, different things, like you can't beat local.
Right.
And that local knowledge, if you will, too. But,
right. I find, and like you said, is certain waters have certain color patterns. I call the Susquehanna, I call it purple river.
Yeah.
They like purple and stuff. Juniata's more of a blue river. They like a little bit of blue in it. When I go out to the Allegheny's a blue river. When I go up to the Penobscot, that's more of a copper river.
Yeah.
You know, because it's tannic. So there are very subtle color differences that it really makes your fishing, your catch rate much higher if you understand the subtle differences.
Exactly. Let me just speak that to you too. We keep talking about, if you come down to Richmond, like just having these conversations, and again, it's local. The waters, you fish the Susquehanna, like he's going to be able to help you out, give you some insight into this is going to work well this time of year. This will work better in the spring, or try this, do that. Like that's because again, you're on the water. So it's not just the product, it's the information and knowledge that goes along with the product.
And I've got 30 years on that river.
Very cool.
So I've seen that river in the good times, the bad times, and everything in between. You know, so. And it's an ever-changing environment. I mean, and our smallmouth are changing again. You know, primarily because of the infestation of the flatheads.
Yes.
And it has changed. You know those big wintering holes that the smallmouth used to be. They're not in there anymore because flatheads have taken over.
Yeah.
So now the smallmouth are very adaptable.
Yeah.
Or else they wouldn't be in that river because they were never originally in that river.
Right. That's right.
And you know they were an invasive species back in the mid 1800s. You know, and I try to remind people that when you start talking about the snakeheads.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, absolutely. And that is how they're going to coexist.
Absolutely.
But like you said, you've got to figure out, just like the season, where you have to they're going to change. Patterns and behaviors are going to change. And so you got to be versatile enough, not just go back to that same hole that you've always caught them in, find out where they moved to.
Correct. And we have. Our river's so big also that we have a lot of migrators, and they'll migrate up to 35 miles.
No kidding.
Yep. So years ago, they put telemetry trackers on them, and they were able to track fish as far as 35 miles. So you actually have to chase the biomass.
Yes.
When they start migrating.
That's right.
And so there's certain times that if you go too far up up like the Juniata, you're not going to catch as much because that biomass hasn't made its way up.
Got
But
it.
there's also what I call the home bodies. You know, that
Yes.
fish that stay local.
Stays, yes. That's
You know,
right.
because they have very, very small wintering areas.
That's right.
Areas, or you know, they have
Yes.
spawning areas that
Yeah,
they can
they
go
have no
to.
reason to
They
leave,
have no
'cause they've got
reason
the
to.
food. They've got everything they need.
They have everything they need,
Yeah.
but there are still we still have a big migrating population.
Very cool.
So we used to call it getting on the Bass Highway every fall.
That's right.
And on the Bass Highway every spring.
There you
And
go.
you gotta follow. And then we have
Follow
rest stops where
There you
they
go.
pull off to the side and they feed for a little bit and they move on.
That's right.
You know, so but those are all things you learn, you know,
Yeah.
of being out there. And it's not something that a scientist can understand
That's
because they go out and they sample the same place, the same time, every time. They don't see the movement of these fish like we do as guides and anglers.
Every day.
And so I get scientists from up at Fish and Boat. They contact me at times. Hey, what's going on?
What are you seeing? Yeah.
Much more so when John Arway was in charge. The new guy doesn't have the same influence on smallmouth. Unfortunately, Pennsylvania is a trout state.
Right. Yeah, that's right. We talked about that too.
Yeah, and you know, John was always about multi-species, and then when he left, it went back to being a trout state.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know,
We thank you for all that you do, and like I say, you guys come by Richmond, stop in, and check it out, and buy some baits, and
thank you
your
very
brain.
much for
Yep,
the
thank
time
you.
and
Yes.
the promo.
We appreciate
Take
you.
care. Have a good day.
Thank you. Council service gets worse the further we get away with it. So we're gonna try to stay on the other side of the back boat
Got it.
today.
You want to make just a quick? Is it picking up video?
Audio's great.
Audio is great. Video is choppy. Got it. Okay, that'll work. So we'll just stand here for a second though and scan back, and we'll work back. But so we're just about half of the total arena space. So we're gonna make our way back.
I don't know.
For those who've never been down, the other thing too, when you do come down, I mean, you can spend all day. You can spend 2 days with Bass Pro Shop, and then in Green Top, being very close, within 10 to 15 minutes of where we're at right now. You stop by Green Top. Our man Dave here. We're fishing the DMV. Tell us a little bit about Lake Anna. How is it fishing right
I mean, it's been broken, you know, hundreds and hundreds of times since then. Those guys have caught over 31 pounds 2 weeks ago. Last week, 25 pounds was third. So if y'all are checking out any of the Sturgeon Creek Marina Facebook page, they have all the results compiled, and Lake Anna is just phenomenal with the catches and everything that's going on.
Would you say, Dave, it's only going to get better? Like from here on out, it can only get
and
better.
We're blessed to have such a great fishery, and I mean, you all know how many fish I actually handle, weighing them in individually, and the fish are just vigorous and strong. So hope we can all conserve.
Let me say too, like
we have.
one thing you're showing too, which a lot of people don't realize. I mean, the ones that fish know, but fish don't stop eating, and there's no season on fishing. Like the winter, you can catch some of your biggest fish in the wintertime.
Yes, indeed. And those guys have it down to an art too.
Yes.
They really do.
Yes.
And kudos and hats off to them.
Yep.
They are the diehards of the
That's
diehards
right.
out there when it's, 9 degrees or whatever the case may be. But just want to wish everybody a good day and hope everybody in y'all's families are well. Thank y'all for what y'all are doing.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Best to everybody. Thank you.
Dave's been around a long time.
So you guys so like all the gas station.
Let's go back down here and see if Mr. Odenkirk is available.
How's it going, guys?
Yeah, pretty much what I do here is whenever you guys pick up like youth let's see, I gotta check the internet. I'm gonna try to get some interviews so that you can that. You can't watch the grass of the field.
Be sure to check boards and so a lot of things if it's all
Mr. Odenkirk.
Mr. Mouse.
We're gonna get Thomas gonna get you seated and pick your brain about Lake Anna. But as a little spoiler here, what goes through your mind when you start seeing 31-pound bags coming out of Lake Anna by fish? Like somebody that has managed it for how many years? 30 years of managing this lake. And you say it makes you happy.
Makes me really happy.
So I guess you can say kind of what you guys have been doing is working.
I guess, yeah, something's working.
And you were saying too, you don't even think the Florida strain is coming into play yet on that.
Yeah, we just last year, for instance, we worked a couple tournaments and pulled genetic samples off a couple hundred fish, and only 3 last year were F1 fit out of a couple hundred. So obviously, those fish are growing and moving into that category of size where they're going to likely be found at tournament weigh-ins. And so this year we'll be back out there and probably see an increase in that percentage, which is really nice.
That's incredible. So it's only going to get better. Is kind of what we're thinking.
That seems to be the idea, which is great. I mean, it's hard to imagine. It just keeps getting better. But
exactly. And your target, you said earlier too, and it is. You see this, and sometimes things will cycle. But there was a day it was hard to catch fish on Lake Anna. There wasn't the size, and people preferred the Dead Sea. But fast forward to now, like that can't be said.
I think a lot of it has to do with the habitat. Okay. And that massive grass carp stocking that Dominion did back in the early 90s on the hot side, and those fish got immediately into the other side and denuded the entire lake of all aquatic vegetation for decades. That habitat loss obviously fueled that sort of dry period in the lake's history.
Right.
But we've gradually over time now have seen that resurgence of not only emergent grass like the water willow in the central lake region, but also submerged grass like non-native hydrilla, but also native naiad and other species. And all that grass now, it is combined to create a marvelous habitat, and especially what I call sort of the perfect nexus between productivity and habitat, where if you look at Lake Anna as a trophic gradient from the upper to the lower end, with all that primary productivity in the upper end, and then sort of the sterileness of the lower end, and then that mid-lake region where we see a lot of that grass, that water willow. That's one of the best regions of the lake to fish.
Wow. Did a great job.
A lot of it where it's lucky.
Well, I don't know what's all luck, but it is nice. It is nice to have that turnaround. Because it's like, and I can imagine too, it's like when it's not fishing well, it's kind of like your all's fault. Like you guys, like you're all, now it's fishing well. I would think too, we got to be careful too that we're going to take all the credit as anglers or whatever. But I mean, you guys, you've done a good job of managing it, and it's good to see. And I was talking to Thomas. It's good what Thomas is doing to be able to bridge that gap between anglers and biologists like yourself, and just kind of bridge that gap. It's huge. That information, knowledge, education. I know it's been great for me at the bait shop when guys come in. Even like talking about the spawn classes in the Shenandoah River, like
exactly
the idea that 6 or 7 years later, what's going on? Well, you got to go back in time to see that we've had 2 consecutive bad spawn classes that could affect that. So we just appreciate your information and knowledge, and keep up the good work.
Glad to be along the ride.
All right, thanks, John.
Thank you.
Tom, let's know what time you
And again, I just, hats off to Thomas and Carly fishing the DMV, like that kind of information, knowledge, the format, video, be able to see it, hear it, talk to the person. In this case, it's physically managing Lake Anna.
Exactly how to here.
Yep. Awesome.
Be a little bit better service. Like, if you want to talk to somebody who's dating,
Okay. All right.
start off working on getting the guy.
Very good. So come out, guys. Come on out to Richmond Fishing Expo, Kings Dominion exit. It's only about 1.5 miles from Kings Dominion. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
How you doing?
Can you hear me now? You guys should be able to hear me now. Everyone can hear me? Oh my Lance, that's amazing that people can finally hear me. So anyway, we'll be having our first guest on in about 5 to 10 minutes. Again, gotta love the public Wi-Fi that we are dealing with here. We are gonna have our first guest in about 5 to 10 minutes. It's gonna be Chris Johnson. Then we have a slew of guests. We have this man right here that'll be hopping on the show. And actually, if you want to, why don't you get on in here right now? I got a couple minutes while he's there. We got our first guest coming up here, guys. I'll share space with Chris. Oh my gosh, what's that? Where's there? Lake Anna? Oh my gosh. If you need those to hear me, you can't have them.
I'll be all right. Which microphone?
That microphone right there. Yep, you can just scoot yourself center.
How's that? That work?
Yep.
Excellent. Chris will come over and be like, he stole my spot. What's going on? Yeah. Sorry I didn't get back in touch with you. I started a new job and I just haven't been able to have any time to come up and.
What's your new job?
I'm working Culpeper.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
That's a good little commute.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Matter of fact, I got to go to work. So I got a few minutes till Chris comes over. Let him sub in for me.
Well, guys, we are live here from the from the Richmond Fishing Expo. We are booth 103. This is going to be a fantastic show, and we already did our walkthrough. We were blessed that for the first 15 to 20 minutes, we had really good Wi-Fi. We adjusted some things. We switched back to the hotspot now, so the audio should be good now that we switched to the hotspot. And we got our first guest here. Yeah, please tell everyone your name and what you're doing here.
What am I doing? My name's David Smith. I'm the owner of Smitty's Tackle Box. I do basically I find, hunt down discontinued baits, crankbaits, and also do a little bit in wood crankbaits, custom wood crankbaits. So that's pretty much what I'm buying and selling.
How'd you get into that?
Oh, it's a long story. I started out with basically tubes back in the day. I fished a Hudson River tournament, and in practice, one of my partners was throwing a tube I'd never seen before, and I was asking him where to get them, and there was an RV that followed the tours around up through New York and that area. There was like 3 back-to-back tournaments, and these guys in their RV was decked out as a tackle store. They had them in the RV, and I bought them, and they were a custom color that I'd never seen. And back then, a blue fleck on the Potomac River in a tube, I thought would have been a fantastic, bait. Berkeley only made like a 2-inch, 2.5-inch blue fleck tube, and this company was making them 3, 4, and 5 inches long. So I put an order in for myself, and I sold 400 of them to my club members. So I bought 500, had to buy 500, and bought 400. And then I got into the tube business and started selling tubes, and that business grew. And then I realized, hey, crankbaits, there was a market for used or older crankbaits, discontinued crankbaits. And once I started with that, it's grown ever since.
And we got some great questions coming in. One of them is, what are your thoughts on tube fishing as it progresses? And I guess what that meant was, and you guys, drop your questions here, and I'll try to get them answered live. Are tubes overlooked right now? Because you don't see them in Bassmasters. You don't see them all over the place, like a glide bait.
That's one of those baits that was very popular, especially the big 5-inch, 6-inch tubes. Those were very popular for a period of time, and then they started dropping off. The smallmouth guys still throw them, but for a while they sold very well. I used to sell them at the flea markets and the shows here in Virginia, Mid-Atlantic area. And I actually had people across the country. I had one guy in South Dakota caught 2 state records on one of the tubes that he had custom ordered through me. So unfortunately, he didn't get them officially weighed. His first one, he weighed it, and it was like 6.13 on his scale, but his scale was like a half-pound light, and then 7 pounds, 7.1 was the record at that time, and he didn't realize it. And then the next year, the same location, he caught one that was like 7.5, 7.6.
Wow.
And it was like an hour and a half ride to get it weighed in and then come back. So he didn't want to, hurt the fish, so he took her back out and released her on the same spot, but he weighed her, and she was a state record. And I was just like, I wish you had, because that would have, that kind of helps the business when you catch a state record on some, specific bait.
So what do you got here today? Is there any goodies that we can show to the camera?
I brought a few things. Hopefully he's happy about this, but there's a gentleman, his name is Goldie. And Goldie makes crankbaits. He's from Maryland, Charlotte Hall. He fishes the tournaments, the team tournaments in Virginia or on the Potomac River. So you'll probably you won't see Goldie on the weigh-in, but William Glotfelty is his name, and his goes by Goldie. And he's been fishing the Potomac River for years. He fishes the tournaments with Aaron Hastings. And Goldie's, I call him the mad scientist. He's got his little shop at his house, and he sits there and makes all kinds of different crankbaits, and they catch fish.
So why this crankbait? Give me the sell.
Why that one?
Yeah, sell me on them. Why should everyone come down and buy from Goldie?
Buy from Goldie, a special order. He's been fishing the river since the 70s. And he throws them in grass. They're very buoyant. They float up very quickly. They only run 2-3 feet. And, they're just fantastic baits. And a lot of people don't know. I've known Goldie for 20 years. And not until more recently have I found out that he actually makes crankbaits. It's a secret. I'm letting, a little bit out here with this, that his baits on the Potomac River have been known to help win tournaments. I mean, he fishes and wins a lot. They throw these type of crankbaits, little tiny square bill, shallow running crankbaits.
Well, guys, we're going to definitely get him back, hopefully in the shop at Jake's Bait and Tackle at some point to do a full crankbait breakdown. This is just a little bit of a tease. I see I got Chris right
over,
here
Chris.
now. So,
Come on, take a seat.
Yep, come on, take a
yours.
seat. Yeah, dude, thank you
All
so
right.
much for hopping in like
Anytime.
that. I really appreciate it. We good? All right, sweet. All right, so.
Oh, man.
And we're just going straight to our next guest here. Guys, let me know how the audio sounds. I think it should be pretty good now that we got the in-tour nets figured out. Sorry about that little mess up. We got much better, thanks. It looks a lot better. We got JB Custom Rods. Yes. Oh, let me turn that off there. All right.
Oh, yeah.
All righty.
Yeah, we'll definitely be in contact, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then if you want the headphones to hear me better, you can have them,
Yeah, sure.
but you don't have to have them.
Yeah. I used to run a little music studio, so I know.
Alrighty, and guys, we are live here again with our very, very next Beth. We also got, let's see, Neo says TBF also. Yeah, we're gonna get them on as well. We have another person said, like, where can I buy Goldie crankbaits? I think you got to know somebody. You got to carry your pigeon. It's a whole process. Yeah, it's Dave. Find Dave, and yeah, you can get those crankbaits. Goldie is going to be at the Dale City show and the Fredericksburg show. So guys, look for the baits there. Chris, I've been wanting to have you on a long time. Our schedules have been crazy. Let me turn yours up a little bit.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. How's that
got
better?
you. We're live, baby.
Okay, cool. Yep, we are live. Chris Johnson, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it, man.
Oh, man, it's a blessing. I'm great to see you, man. You know, I'm excited, man, to come here, man. And oh, man, this show is great. I tell you, y'all guys, y'all got to come out. If you still ain't in the bed, get out the bed. Y'all got to come in and see this show. A lot of great products. You know, Thomas is here. We're going to have a good time.
How was 2024 for you from a fishing perspective, guiding perspective? How was it?
A great learning curve, and there's been a lot of changes in the river. I think we're going to see a lot of changes for this year coming, being a lot of the freeze and been kind of more of the normal temperatures. And I think that's going to change some of the layout and the grass features on the river. But it's been a great season. I mean, I had some of my best topwater action on the river. A lot of 3-pound fish. Still not seeing a lot of, back in the day, like 6-7 pound fish, but we're seeing like a lot of 3 to 4 pound fish. Of course, you're going to get a lot of 2-pounders out there too. But yeah, the fishing has been great compared to, I guess, talking like 2 or 3 years ago. We had what we thought was the largemouth bass fires. But it's been great. I mean, it's been great. I know I fish a lot downriver toward Potomac Creek, and it was really good early. It seemed it was kind of slow, kind of slow up some. Then the snakeheads kind of took, had their way. So a lot of times when I was out there, I fished a lot kind of more mid-river. Seemed like there were just more options. Still got a lot of fishing pressure, on the river from tournaments or just everyday fishermen. But the fishery as a whole, I think is definitely improving. It's definitely improving. I think you had one of your shows earlier a couple months ago where you graded,
Fisheries.
cur and bugs and stuff, and definitely. Let's not even talk about Lake Anna. I mean, that's a freak.
Dude, I was happily surprised about the passion people had for the tier ranking. That was Pandora's box. I didn't appreciate. That's like going in there and bitching about either the Redskins or the Cowboys. It was insane. And yeah, like I love the people that love Curb, and hopefully Curb gets back there. But Lake Anna, that was hard because I don't think it's legendary yet, but it is A tier. It's rising. I mean, SB Fishing just dropped a 31 pound bag.
32 pound bag.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like,
and then the following week, another one close to 30.
To it, like 29-ish?
Yeah.
It's insane.
That's insane. I mean, those F1s are definitely doing what they got to do.
Oh, they are. Now, are you going to be trying to fish the Winter Series next year?
I might try to fish a few of them next year. I mean, big shout out to Tyler Hopel and Timmy Sheridan and
yes,
Striker.
you shout out.
I mean, them boys, I'm sorry, they're putting their work in. I mean, I know a lot of guys say, oh, they're scoping, but man, they're putting their work in. I mean, I own live scope myself too, and There is a learning curve. It is a learning curve. It's not a open the box and then all of a sudden you're catching them. I mean, those young guys are putting the time in on the water. I mean, they are. And, you know, I'm not kind of same subject, but I'm going to do a live Tuesday with Randy Carpenter.
Nice.
So he's like the garment guru on YouTube. And a lot of guys are intimidated by it. It's a great technology. They want to learn it, but they're intimidated by it. And I was kind of intimidated by it too. But there is a lot of great resources to help you set up your set up your unit, kind of identify, hey, is that a school of crappie? Is that a school of bass? You know, it's just some white perch sitting on the bottom. There's a ton of white perch on Lake Anna too. They'll fool you. You'll think it's bass, but it's white perch. So I'm looking forward to talking to him too, and kind of educate us. And don't get me wrong, he's one of those guys, he does believe there should be some type of, when it comes to conservation, like i.e. crappie, you know, because of live scope, we may have to get a little more tighter on regulations. And I mean, I agree with that too. Yeah, absolutely.
I definitely think there's a conversation to be had. And then guys, let me know in the comment section what you think about with forward-facing sonar and species that you're going to be putting in the cooler, a walleye, a crappie, things like that. Do we need more conservation for something like that? I'll definitely hear more of that versus the bass thing where you're putting them back. And it is fascinating also with the technology, and I'd love to get your opinion on it. Just because you have it, it's not this golden bullet where all of a sudden everything is amazing and it's going. What did you think was eye-opening when you first got it? Did you think all of a sudden you're catching 30 pounds each time?
Yeah, absolutely, Thomas. When I went to Lake Anna, I was like, wow, man, this fish here. And I'm thinking, oh man, I could just get a roller stroller jig head and a Jordan Lee minnow or sock them out of shad and I can catch them. You got to know your fish behavior still, because there are just some fish that are catchable. There's some fish that are not catchable. And those guys that have really put their time in and just studying the behavior on that graph, they know those fish which are catchable and not catchable. And it's no different, Thomas, than bed fishing in my opinion. I pulled up on a bed and you work that fish for 2 hours. I'm looking at him and I can't get him to bite. I pull up to another bed and I throw a jig to him and scoop across his back and he turns around and he smacks it. So, you know, I know it is a controversial topic. I definitely understand that, and I think even lately we've seen some comments on social media with no electronic tournaments and stuff, and I actually think that's cool. I think that's a great idea. A lot of the older fishermen, they want to go back to just 2D or just relying on instinct. I think it's a great idea. I think we can have forward-facing sonar tournaments, and we can have more traditional tournaments. I think it's a great thing. I mean, I really think it's a great thing.
What do you think of the new co-angler stuff going on with the BFLs, and then the opens now are completely? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm as far as the opens go, not the bass BASS or MLF, but I got to be honest with you. To me, the opens were a way of making to the pros if you qualify, if you work hard. But to cut that out, I think you're really cutting out a lot of folks that, maybe want to be pro or don't have the money to fish as a pro. I really wish that was still intact. But at the same time, I hear boaters that say, hey, I put a week worth of practice out here just for my co-angler to scoop up my fish. I understand that argument too. It's a tough one, but I think this should be something in place for the next generation of anglers that want to be professional. But what I see, Thomas, and I think it's still a great thing, you got college anglers and it's preparing them too. So I think, for those, not everybody goes to college. Got some people who go military. So why not open it up for co-anglers? that are responsible, that will take the drive, that will put the initiative to pre-fish any type of way they can to be competitive. I think there should always be a place for co-anglers. Let it be the BFLs, let it be the Opens. I think there needs to be a place for co-anglers, no doubt about it. I started as a co-angler, so I think there's definitely a place for that, absolutely. Conservation-wise, Thomas, with the 3 fish limit, this is me talking. I probably get shot dead for saying it. I wouldn't have a problem if it was 3 fish for boat or 3 fish for co-anglers.
Yeah.
If we're talking about a conservation effort, specifically Potomac River. When it comes to what we have for 2025, I think it's going to be ultra competitive, because me and you both know that the Potomac is full of deuces and a quarters, a lot of 3s. I think, a lot of those weights on the Potomac, as far as winning, it could be 12, 13.
And that's always been my thing with, the biggest comparison in our area would be Potomac and Upper Bay. You might be able to catch a dirty 30 on the Chesapeake, but you could also catch a check with 9 pounds. The Potomac, if you got 9, just throw them back. You're not cashing a check. It is so healthy depth-wise.
Absolutely.
There's so many fish, like you said, in that range.
I mean, last year I fished the tournament, and my co-angler was Lenny Beard. I'm going to tell you something, y'all. If y'all know Lenny Beard, let me tell you, he was on the back of my boat, and he was putting on plenty. I mean, we both catching them. But we had a great time. I mean, we just had a great time. And, I lost fish that was like probably 3.5. That probably would have put me in the check line. And, we went to another area. He was throwing a Rico, and, I mean, he just started putting on plenty. And I was just amazed at how many 3+ pound fish are on that river. And this is just my opinion, and maybe some other anglers have differing opinion. It seems like if you're in an area that's got a lot of 3 to 4 pound fish, don't leave. Just don't leave. And then there's another class of guys that they'll hit a point, catch a 3-4 pounder and leave. They'll go to another point, catch another 3-4 pounder and leave. They'll, like you said, they'll run the tides. I'm not a run the tide guy. I kind of pick apart areas. I might be in a cove, then I'll move further into a grass line where the grass, I've got more separation between the grass and the top of the water. I do a lot of that. I don't do a whole lot of running around and running up to DC and hitting, Greenway Flats and then maybe end up in Mattawoman. I'll usually pick a general area, Belmont Bay, Quantico. I still remember Wade's Bay when it was real good, when the grass was down there. And I mean, that's a whole nother topic by itself. But this is just me, I try to learn an area and just pick it totally apart. And that's normally kind of like what I do. But there's other guys, they'll run the tides. Absolutely.
What kind of baits you shopping for, and what booth are you working at?
I'm gonna tell you something. So I've been sharing a lot of info about Tiger crankbaits. Greg and over there and Heidi over there at Tiger crankbaits, and I was amazed. I thought I knew everything that they had, and man, Thomas, there was one bait that really caught my eye, and I'm going to throw it a lot this year for snakehead, and I'm going to throw it a lot up there for largemouth. And it's this little muskrat bait. It's like a wake bait. It's a smaller bait, but one thing that really turned me on about this bait is the texture of the bait. A lot of crankbaits that you see are just, epoxy and resin or whatever, but it's got a microchip bill on this thing, but it's textured, like it's furry. Actually, honestly, it feels like almost like one of those little cat toy things. I don't know if we're up there to see it now, but this thing is really, really unique.
It's got some really, really cool design there. Then, guys, we are live. We are booth 103. We're next to the Jake's Bait and Tackle booth. They have a fantastic missile bait collection. Come on down and say hi to us. That's a neat concept, going with that weedless bait.
Yeah, I mean, and the first thing when I seen it, I was like, man, the collar reminds me of my muskrat. And I looked down at the package, and guess what he has? He calls it muskrat. So, but I think it's cool because, you know, I remember fishing the Chickahominy, and especially early spring, and you see a lot of younger rats running around, and that's kind of what it really mimics. So I'm gonna definitely give that a try for snakehead and largemouth. So if y'all want to check them out, go to Booth 101. There's Tiger Crankbaits. I believe they're Jake's Bait and Tackle as well. So yeah, definitely go to Jake's Bait and Tackle. I thoroughly, surely endorse them. Another bait. I'm not sure if I'm able to actually open it or not, but you might be able to put it on the camera. Let's see if I can get it out. But this is a color that she came up with last year. She calls Blue Crawl. It's a real nice
that's a
color.
cool bait.
So that's more like a kind of a square bill.
That's a cool color. And that's the one thing, guys, about I really like definitely support the missile baits, the bigger brands too, but also when you get these mom and pops, because they get these really cool color designs. I love the blue in there too, especially when you said like you're dealing
Absolutely.
with tidal fishing.
Yes. I mean, that is fire. And I'm gonna tell you, Thomas, a lot of folks that fish the Chickahominy, a lot of folks that fish the Potomac River, especially Potomac, Aquia, even Quantico, there's been a lot of big blue crabs.
Yep.
And guess what? They molt. So think about it. Would that bass like to eat a little crawfish, or would he like to eat a 5-inch soft shell crab? That's a lot of protein. So yeah, crab colors or even soft plastic crab imitators are great. This is another bait she's done. It's like more of a crankbait kind of frog deal. And what's interesting, she actually used the skirt material through the bait. Really nice job.
And guys, Tiger Crankbaits, they're selling this right now. Go check them out. And then also, guys, they're one of the Patreon sponsors of the show. So go back to any episode. There's a link to their Facebook if you can't get to the show. That's a really, really, really neat concept there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things I really like about them. They're really thinking outside the box. And even if you have existing crankbaits that you might got some old Ricos or whatever you have. She also ties feather trebles too. She does a great job. I mean, some of her crappie jigs, she does a great time. Even popping bugs for fly fishing, she actually does that as well.
That's really cool.
So she's a great bait tie, great custom crankbait painter. And we definitely want to support her being a local Virginia business, especially, working with Jake's Bait and Tackle. And Jake's Bait and Tackle, we thank you for supporting Fishing DMV. I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for all our Patreon sponsors. So, and I thank you, Thomas, man. The show is excellent, man.
No, I appreciate you. Again, guys, the person that's running behind the scenes is telling me we got our next guest lined up. But before you go, please pimp out your guide service. How can people find you if they want to book a trip with you?
So you can find me on Facebook. I'm like worldwide. I'm like James Watson, man. I'm worldwide. One thing you gotta know is about me, I'm a big clown. I like to laugh. I like making people laugh. You can find me at www.kjsoutdooradventures.com. I'm at the show, booth 101. I got my business cards here. You want to know my rates? I do have rate flyers that you can take home to your wife and say, honey, can I go fishing with Chris? So, looking forward to meeting all my new clients this year and my returning clients, and definitely supporting Fishing the DMV. Again, Thomas Aarons, I thank you. You got your significant other over here. We talk. I mean, she supports you too. Hey, y'all, this is a great conversation, a great podcast. Please, y'all, if y'all can support Thomas, do it.
Thank you so much, boss. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick 8-minute break, and we're going to get our next guest. An 8-minute break, and we're going to get our next guest right So we're live here from the Richmond Fishing Expo. We have the whole Jake's Bait and Tackle crew, the booth right next to us. I'm going to take away my camera so you can see everyone. Everyone say hi.
Hi.
Hello. Now, Jake, you scoot in a little bit more.
Scoot in.
Yeah, there we go.
Good.
Cool.
All
right, perfect.
All right, cool.
So is this everyone's first time down here?
No, mine. It is my first time. I've never been to the Fishing Expo, but these guys have been coming for a while, I think. Yeah. But I'm going to introduce them as this is I call them my old men friends because we call them the OG Club. They come into Jake's. They hang out with us on Friday mornings, or if it's snowing and nobody has to work, things like that. But we got Jeff and Floyd and Ray and Barry. Ray's over here but do you have to warn them they have to keep this clean because some days they get a little inappropriate. But yeah, so we got some river rats. Look at Ray, look, he's fanning himself.
It's hot in here.
He's menopausal.
He's menopausal.
Better keep him on leash.
No, but these guys are great guys. You guys have been fishing the Shenandoah for how long?
60 years.
60 years, Floyd.
No.
You can't 55. Be. I was gonna say 55. You're not much older than 55 years.
55.
Yeah.
And I'm probably 40 couple of myself.
40. Ray?
I've been fishing the Shenandoah since I was 12.
He was 12 years old, so that was just 12 years.
What are you, 92 now?
Oh, he's not 92. He's in
I've
the
been
60s.
fishing 60 years.
So we have 300 years of experience.
Yeah, so I always tell people, if you want good advice, you don't ask them, you just follow them around the store. Because they won't tell you their secrets, especially Ray. Ray, will keep it.
I won't give them up too easy.
He does not like to give up his secrets. But
he
Kenny
will
here,
for money.
God, why do I keep calling you Kenny? I have Kenny on the brain. I am fired. It's the same amount of letters. Barry.
Yeah, but look,
read it right there.
It's on his shirt.
Right there, it's on his shirt.
We got. Oh God, tested and approved. Barry's OG baits.
The old
It's
guy
for the
club.
old guy club.
The whole shirt was designed
So
last Friday.
he was keeping a secret from us. Apparently.
In your pockets?
Oh, Jared's checking Ray for stealing.
I heard their secrets.
Oh shoot. He's trying to.
Actually,
Anyway.
he put them in his mouth, so you check his mouth.
So Barry here, he's been making baits for how long? A couple years now. He kept it secret, and then slowly started telling people. Yeah, I know, right? Carly's face says it all. She's rude.
It worked.
It worked. And so the funny thing was though is we bring them in. We didn't tell anybody who was making them, and we lay them all out. And Jared's picking them up, smelling them because that's what Jared does. And he's like, man, these are good. Who's making these? I said, I really don't know. I said, some guy from West Virginia. And so we went on like this for 2 weeks. Jeff knew. And then more would come, and Ray's over here going, when are you going to get those in? We got to get those in. They're so good. When are we going to get those in, Jenny? I want that one and that one and that one. And I'm like, we finally had to break the news that it was Barry. I think they were a little disappointed.
We've been fishing them for a couple of months.
Yeah, they've been using them. Let me see. Actually, you got one right here. But wow, you ruined your sticker, sweating and all that. But anyway, so he's been making them. We got some OG
Good stuff.
Good stuff. We have Kenny, and that's why I keep mistaking you for Kenny. I don't know. It's in the brain. Kenny's got some custom tubes. He's been making stuff. But we're trying to let these guys feel out the industry. Yeah.
We're making baits that we fish.
Yes. That's the thing about Jake's.
They make baits and we buy them.
We like.
So we have a question on Instagram. What is everyone's favorite early season river bait for smallmouth?
There we go. Early season river bait. Jeff's. I know what Jeff's gonna say. Crankbait.
Well, I always say when the water's
a tube.
Two. I'm going to say a tube and even a jig.
Yeah.
I mean,
tube and a jig early spring.
I'm going to say Ned rig.
40 degrees, I'm throwing a crankbait.
Crankbait in 40-degree water?
40 degrees.
Yep.
Gracious.
I've caught them in 36-degree water on a crankbait.
So 36-degree water. So right now, if you weren't aware, I don't know, you've been living on a rock if you don't know what a tube is, I think. But camera, here's a tube. That one took me.
She didn't
I
play
was
ball.
an athlete. That's what's sad. All right, so that's
discount
Barry's.
on that bag. Gonna be missing one.
This one was named after Basil. I shouldn't
All right.
say that.
And then, guys, let me
The
know down in the
bass.
comment section below how's the audio going right now.
Bass, but that's
Audio should be
one
pretty
of
good.
Mary's tubes. That's a tube. And we have Rogers jig heads. He makes hand-poured jig heads. We sell those at the store for those tubes specifically. Anything else that you would use in the river this time of year?
I throw Ned.
Oh, Ray likes the Ned rig.
I like the tube and the Ned. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
Just because I'm
everyone's
not
favorite
used
color crankbait this time of year?
Colored-
And then, Larry, how's my mic sound right now?
Red.
Anything
There's
red,
also,
yeah.
and I would say anything crayfish color, any
Crayfish
crawl
color.
color, because
crawl
I was like,
color.
they don't want to really tell you what the right color. And these,
We're gonna go back to this color right here.
oh, there's a color.
There's a color for you. We're gonna go back to that color.
Color for what? Tubes?
That's your orange color for you.
Oh, for crankbait?
Crankbait, you use that color for reference.
Yeah, the crawl color would
Use
be
that
like,
color for reference.
Yeah, it's a good color too.
like anything that
I'll have-
orange, crawl color,
Yeah.
brown.
I usually have one crankbait of each color tied on.
Yeah, so Floyd just said he has one of each color on tied on.
Oh.
What's your favorite depth to run in the river? Like shallow, how shallow do you guys want to run it?
6 inches.
6 inches? That's tiny.
Yeah, if you got the nerve.
You got the nerve.
If you got the nerve, you
Never
can run them in 6 inches of water. But
See,
no,
all I can think of is a bad joke about that. Anyway, we're
but
moving
I'd rather
on.
have a foot of water.
You'd rather have a foot, but you know, that's the problem with the Gendo. If it's been running low on water.
Really low. We're not fishing.
These guys will also, they love to go up north to Erie. They love to fish the Susquehanna. You guys just will fish. They love the river. I call them river rats, but he is like a southerner, if you couldn't tell by the way he talks. But
We adopted him.
he's adopted.
He's adopted.
He's adopted well.
He infiltrated the group.
And adapted.
And adapted well.
Yeah.
What's everyone's PR smallmouth?
Oh, personal best smallmouth.
613.
613.
7 pounds.
7 pounds.
Mm.
3 3/4. My best on Shenandoah.
3 pounds?
Almost 4.
You're out. No, I'm just kidding. 4 3/4.
That's it.
It's it.
On the
And
Shenandoah.
Barry's is 5'7".
5'7". No, which river? Which river?
Shenandoah.
'Cause yours
Well,
is
my personal
Susquehanna.
best out of the Shenandoah River is a 6'8".
6'8". What about, so the 7 was Susquehanna?
Nope. it
No,
was
up
in-
north.
on a-
Up north.
Niagara River,
What's your biggest in the state of Virginia?
Virginia. You said
Mine,
6'8"?
6'8" is mine. That was
Yours-
caught last February.
5'10".
5'10".
5'7".
See, that puts Ray back in range. That makes him not feel bad.
Got 5'7".
Better than the 5 ranges. But what was the one that, was it Wolford or Poston that got that big old fish out of the river?
Wolford caught the one, him and Galen was together.
It was 6'5"
I
or
weighed that
something.
one, that was 6'5".
6'5". That thing was a monster. And that was in the winter,
February.
February.
That's when you catch
And that's when I caught mine.
That's when you caught yours.
February
So,
15th of 24.
so that leads us to the next thing. I don't particularly fish. I know that's blasphemous. I'll go out if I have to. But Jeff thinks it's a great idea to take me out in 40-degree weather when it's raining. And they're all like, yeah, that's a great time to fish. And I'm like, it could be a great time to fish, but it's not worth it to me. But yeah, so
It will be.
It will be. So everybody,
We're
like,
gonna put the cameras on you then.
Yeah.
you know, I'd be willing to do it if we had to do it, but
The GoPro will be on you.
We'll put the GoPros out there.
Well, it won't have to be raining.
It doesn't have to be raining. Yes, no rain. That's
Believe
just-
me, when it's 40 degrees and it's raining, that's miserable.
it's miserable. Yes, but
It
they
can be.
love to fish in the cold. Floyd has a bad habit of breaking rods in the winter because it's too cold.
I'm going
But
up and watch Andy Montgomery.
all right, Ray's going to go watch a pro.
Hey, see if, you get
All right.
see if you get a Jake shirt instead of a missing one, all right?
Yeah.
We're here at Jake's.
We're here at Jake's. You gotta wear a Jake's shirt.
They're picking on him. They're always picking
I
on
saw
poor
it.
Ray.
At least you got the hat on like me.
Yeah. So this is a normal Friday at Jake's.
We got a question right here from Stephen Burge. Stephen, thank you so much for your question. Again, guys, drop your comments down below here. It's, are smallmouth more of a cold weather bite? So do smallmouth bite better than largemouth, do people think, in the winter comparatively?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes. Colder water.
Yeah.
Why
Yes.
do you think that?
They're cold water fish. I mean, they're not far removed from trout and some of the other species. They're more similar to a trout when we go up north, steelhead, so forth. But
Great question.
I think 45 degrees is the optimum. It's what I've read. It's the optimum temperature for a smallmouth. Probably closer to 55 for a largemouth.
Then we have another question here on Instagram from Sam3782. What would be the best bait so I could catch my first smallmouth?
Best bait for smallmouth.
Just to catch your first smallmouth.
Two.
Back to the two.
Because, you know, it's a bottom bait.
It looks like
and
a
it
crawfish.
looks like a crawfish. You know, but it's just.
Well, and we were talking about, Jared was talking about this the other day. You know, a lot of people say, well, crawfish hibernate in the winter and they burrow, and so you're not going to see them. And then, but we all kind of laughed. Fish still knows what a crawfish looks like. If it sees one, it's not going to say, you know what, it's too cold to eat you right now. I can't eat you. It's going to go after it. It still likes crawfish to eat. So, but yeah, so if you want to stop by Jake's, we can rig up a, show you how to rig up a tube if you don't know how to do that.
Yep.
I might have a tube head here somewhere, but.
Awesome stuff. Closing thoughts, everyone?
Closing thoughts. I love my OG guys.
Come to Jake on Friday and you can meet all of them.
Yeah, coffee's brewing.
Friday morning,
For
10
more
o'clock.
entertainment.
And like I said,
10 to 12, best
And all
entertainment
of
of the
it's the
week.
truth.
I wouldn't say all of it.
All right, 98%.
98% is the truth. Yeah.
At least 99.
Yeah, at least
99?
99.
Okay.
No, they're good guys. They're good guys, and we really appreciate them coming in. And we love having our customers stop by and hang out. And they will give you. I love these guys too, because if I have a question, because like I said, I don't fish, I'll be like, Jeff, can you show him what to use? And he's like, yeah, he'll take him around the
we
store.
got a question again from Steve. Where is Jake's located? Because that hasn't been mentioned yet.
That is true.
That
I'm
is kind
sorry,
of
Jake's
cool
Big Tackle.
to know
We
where
are
the
in
store is.
Winchester, Virginia. So if you're looking at the state of Virginia, we're in that really top point on the western side of the state.
Right off 81.
Right off Interstate 81, exit 317, I believe, is our exit. Yeah, we're on. We do have social medias. We have Facebook, Instagram. We do have an online store, shop.jakesbaittackle.com. Now, everything's not on there yet. It's a slow process, but I'm working towards it. But yeah, definitely give us a stop by. We love to, talk and chat and share the love of fishing.
Awesome stuff, guys. Come on, check it out. We are going to take a quick commercial break. Please hang in there. It's going to be about 8 to 10 minutes before we come back with our next guest. Hang on in there. We'll be right back after this quick 8-minute commercial. You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Alrighty, guys, we are back at the Richmond Fishing Expo. We're just going to keep on keeping on with all of our fantastic guests. Right now, joining me is the man, the myth, the legend from Jake's Bait and Tackle. He really is one of the people that helped pioneer fishing in DMV and get this thing started. Jared, welcome back.
Thomas, I think what you do is great. I give you praises all the time. I do think back to I don't know if you remember the first time we met.
I don't think I know.
I remember I came out to Shenandoah University. You were a young buck, probably a junior, senior in college. You had started that program at SU, fishing program. And I think it was one of those things where it was kind of like, if we can help you out, let us know. And that was like the first encounter, and you and your brother were fishing collegiately. And then, me helping with the youth. I remember bringing my youth over, and at that time, Jacob Neff, who's now 21, 22, he was just a young fella. We've got two guys coming over here now, and he was just a young guy.
You guys want to come on?
Come on over here. One of you sit down here, and one of you pull a thing up here. But that's what I was talking about, these youth, and Jacob Neff was probably middle school, when I first met Thomas here. And so Thomas was junior, senior in college at Shenandoah University. Now, what's great about Thomas is he was a baseball player, catcher, and he had shoulder surgery, and so he had this passion for fishing that he got from winning a kids casting competition, if I got my story right, is how he got into fishing. And so we collaborated with Jake's, and then we sent our team over. And like I say, Jacob Neff, who's now 21, 22, was a young guy, younger than you guys, probably middle school. And we took him over, and Thomas kind of did a little seminar on how to break down a lake and mapping and things of that nature.
I remember that. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. And now Jacob is older, and he's fishing the adult series, and he's kicking everybody's butt there. But anyway, that was the first time, and then you had great ideas about, just your passion for fishing too, not just competitive fishing, but trying to get young guys on the water. And whether you're bank fishing or getting in a john boat, you had this desire, dream to just really share that passion. And that's kind of where then you had this idea. So
let's talk about you, because we have somebody, David Williams, in the chat. David, I hope you're down here this weekend. Jared is an all-star. We have another one else. We have another Steve that says Jared for president. I agree with that. You and the youth, man, my goodness, where did your passion for that all start? Where you have really, in the edges of time and history, is what you've done for the youth fishing in our area, and I think these guys will agree.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I want to say too, I can't take credit because, Becky's a good follower of this, but Becky in Madison County, Virginia, down Orange County, she was the pioneer, and I think you remember when you were a youth, Thomas, with Becky Gore. She was the pioneer. Brian and Kelly Henry, when their oldest son, when he was young, they started Frederick County Bass. And so, they were they were truly the pioneers. I just I came on late, having coached baseball and wrestling and being in education and, enjoying youth sports and athletics. When I got out of teaching after 17 years, coaching of 20, I needed to still fill that niche. And so fishing, having a passion for fishing and with young people, that's kind of where, I got involved, and just seeing their growth, seeing these guys grow and they go out and compete and have success is really exciting. Tell them your name and where you go to school.
While you're telling that, I'm going to move this here a little bit this way, and then you guys scoot in a little closer.
Tell us your name. Where you go to school?
I'm Caden. I go to Strasburg High School.
What grade are you in?
10th.
10th grade. What do you like about fishing?
Just getting out on the water and enjoying the view.
You guys got a great boat captain in Ricky Folk. And tell us about yourself.
Thomas Newman.
You can grab that mic, dude. It's not sensitive. There you go.
Jameswood High School. I'm a junior. And fishing's my passion. I do it all year round, and I love it.
And when did you start fishing? Like, when did you start fishing competitively?
I think it was 4th grade with Corey and Abby. And then
James River.
Yeah, James River.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
And so that was 4th grade. You're now a junior in high school.
Yeah, I've been fishing for a while. I've seen a lot of tournaments. And I still love it even more every time I go out.
You've been to nationals 2 to 3 times?
3 times, yeah. Hopefully make it again this year.
Now, you had an interesting opportunity, too. Last year, you went to the Combine. So tell the audience a little bit about this Combine. Where did you go? What state was it? And kind of tell the viewers and listeners a little bit about that.
And to help tee it off, so when he means the Combine, there's actually now, if I'm not, and Jared, you can help fill this in, there's a fishing Combine like you would see for football and baseball for potential college fishing athletes.
Yeah, so the Combine was a really cool experience. It was a whole bunch of colleges, like 25 colleges there, and we got to show our skills. And it was in Alabama. It was a really great experience. I got in contact with a whole bunch of college coaches, met some really good people, and made some connections for college. And if you want to go to college for fishing, I definitely recommend it.
And Thomas, so like, and you were kind of talking about Pioneer, like, and we all have seen Elite Bass Masters. That's been around forever. Then you go back to college, and then so college feeding the pros, the elites, and then you back up again to high school. But Thomas, you were kind of, what year did you fish for Shenandoah University? And talk to us a little bit about your college experience, college fishing experience.
2014 through 2016, I believe. Chad, you can help me out with that. It was interesting because that was in the baby stages. I mean, Becky, huge shout out. I really hope you come by this weekend. Yeah, it was in the infancy. High school was just starting out. FLW was the thing. That's what we had. Cabela's, if people remember. I don't know if anyone's that old that can remember that stuff. And it was the Wild West. It wasn't as big as it was now, where you have 400 boat tournaments on Kentucky Lake. You also had regions where you had to. I personally enjoyed this system a lot more, which was you had to be one of the top teams in your region to qualify for regionals, to qualify for the championship, the national championship. And so it wasn't just win a tournament or finish in the top whatever, you go to the national championship. It was like any other sport. There were levels and you had to be consistent. So if you finished in the top 10 overall, or you won, or I'm sorry, it was the top 15, top 20 overall for your area, you got to go to the regional. If you finished or won a tournament, you got to go straight to the regional. Well, once you got to the regional, then you had to finish in the top, I think it was like 15. And then they took 15 teams from all the regions. And what I personally liked about that format, it was about consistency. It wasn't about just, okay, just finish good one tournament out of 500, you get to go to the national championship. You had to be consistent and fish all the lakes to hopefully crack one of those cool wins. And it forced us to go to different lakes. We went to Ohio, believe it or not. They do have things besides farm ponds there, and we got to fish Indian Lake. We got to go to Smith. We got to go to the Upper Bay and fish around different places, which was really interesting. And we got to go fish, as I've said on the show a bunch, blueback. Like, I'm a Potomac River rat as a kid. Didn't fish a lot of lakes. Lake Anna was about it. And when we made the national championship, you're going down to Lake Murray, Lake Huey, Lake Hartwell, and it's like, good God, this is not a chartreuse crankbait at a stump. You're in the ocean, and you're chasing this thing called a blueback. What is that? And they act like striper. And the first time we got our butts kicked. I mean, like, properly, please stop, they're already dead, just throw the flag, and it was bad. But it was humbling, and I was able to take and go and learn more about the blueback for the next national championship, to the point I was like, I'm going to be as knowledgeable about this type of fishing as humanly possible. And this is the other thing we talk about with college fishing here. People like to get upset at the youth for forward-facing sonar. That's not the power play. The power play is when you're in college, and let's say you get to fish collegiately, you get to go to Kentucky Lake. You get to go to the big lakes with a group and learn it. And if you have that web of connections and you get to fish Kentucky Lake for 4 years straight, that's a huge advantage when you go fish the Bass Opens or you fish the Toyota Series. If you go fish Lake Murray for 4 years at college, where you don't have to have a full-time job necessarily, depending on your where you are financially, you can have such a huge jump up knowledge-wise compared to when the generation before us. You didn't have that learning curve. You didn't have 4 years that you could just hard nose down into it. And to me, that's fascinating. And with that said, what is something that you guys have picked up on fishing locally, but having to get outside your comfort zone? Where is a part of your game you'd like to strengthen? Is it smallmouth up north? Is it Florida? What do you guys think is something you'd like to make better?
Blueback heron is really hard to figure out, like you were saying. You got to work on that because a lot of the places you go down south are blueback heron. They're like nomadic. They just swim around.
Mm-hmm.
So use a live scope and just to meet all those new techniques is really important to learn to keep up with the competition.
Yeah, 100% agree.
What about you, Caden?
I'd have to say just probably about more shaky head stuff. Work on that more.
And I like what Thomas, you were saying about learning. Like, and that's what I love about this too. It's not just for those who don't know that you're going out to try to catch fish, and you're fishing, yes. But Thomas brings up a good point about like education, learning about the forage, the habitat, that water, specific water in that area. One thing we try to do too is bring in, like they're doing a lot of the research on their own, very knowledgeable, and of course with YouTube and stuff too, like you got everything right there at your fingertips. But we also, like Ricky Folk has been a great asset to our program. You know, we brought Tyler with the Lake Anna Guide Service up to talk to us before that tournament and just kind of talk to us about how the lake's setting up, how it's fishing, and different things. And so we had a good turnout at our meeting for that. So it's sharing in that information, knowledge about the fishery. So it's not just the specific species of fish, but the fishery to ultimately help you have success. But that's what I was talking about, growth too. It's cool to watch you guys grow. A lot of it's self by what you're learning yourself and YouTube, but also just this fishing fraternity, if you will, of people that you can talk to and share all this information.
Yeah. Ricky and all the people that come to talk are such great knowledge bases, and you gotta learn everything you can from them.
And we're going to be getting Ricky back on here in a second. And something I wanted to pick Jared's brain about too, and we've had this conversation offline, is this year you were coaching, you were fishing. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is some of the most fishing you've done in recent years. When we always talk about time on the water. Well, now that you have experienced that much, can you say like, yeah, it's important to be out on the water that much? Did you feel like you were a better coach? Did you feel like you were seeing things quicker because you spent so much time on the water?
Yeah, and I think, and that's all relative too. And you're right. With Shenandoah Valley Bass, we try to fish 10 tournaments there, variety of waters, your tidal waters, your Chick, your Potomac River, and then also like your Smith Mountain, your Lake Anna. But still, your job always gets in the way. You're working, for you guys at school, so I don't get to fish as much as maybe I'd like to. But I think the point too, to your point, is between the youth schedule and that Shenandoah Valley schedule, I was on the water more. But the key too is times of the year. Every time of year is different as well. And then the other thing too is when you start adding, just like with you guys talking about you started in 4th grade and now you're a junior, same thing. Like, it's not just one time that you go out and you learn something. You learn something every time you go out. But if you add that year 1, year 2, year 3, after 10 years of fishing the same bodies of water, different times of the year, you can start to put some things together. And so I do feel like, but you still got to be on the water. And with technology, Jake's Bait and Tackle too, that's great resource because all the anglers that come through, and just their knowledge base, like you were saying earlier. But yeah, being on the water is, you can't replace that. And if you're not on the water, it's talking to those people like Ricky and he has connections too. He knows people that are on the water, living on the lake, and sometimes it is a phone call, check this out, this was working last week or whatever. So, those resources are big too. But to your point, yes, I'm not an expert by any means. I'm a novice. I'm like,
Anecdotally, what did you notice differently with yourself? Because you caught some good fish this year.
You said time on the water. I think my biggest thing too is you got to be in the right place at the right time. And the only way you can do that is to be on the water. Now you can be in the right place at the wrong time, not a feeding window, whatever the case may be. They might have just eaten up big. They might have eaten a bluegill or crappie and they've eaten up big. And now you come through and whatever you're throwing at them, they're not eating, they're not chewing. And so you can be in the right place, but at the wrong time. And you see that with tidal guys too. They'll sit on a spot until that time hits.
Yes.
And so, but you could be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Wrong place doesn't matter what time it is. And so, you know, and it is good tournaments when you're fishing with a group of guys, and you might have a, you know, 50 boat field, 100 boat field, or, you know, 20 boat field. When you come back to the weigh-ins and you may think, oh man, we've had a terrible day, but come to find out, like, everybody had a bad day, you know, and you had enough weight, or, you know, everybody was catching it. But when you start again to pick others' brains about what was working, what's not working, like we went down to Smith Mountain Lake and it was nobody caught them. Like people were barely filling the 5-fish limit, and so it just happened to be a bad time. And so anyway, yeah, I just think time on the water, like you said, being in the right place at the right time.
If people want to get into coaching, what is something you reflect on about it, like to help them out? Is there things, because I've had good boat captains and bad boat captains. I had some people that just fell asleep in the bottom of the boat, and I was like, I don't even know how to steer this thing. And I had some other ones that were just overbearing, like you got to throw this, and this. Like, what is some wisdom you could give people that want to be boat captains?
So I think coaching is, and we got one coming around here now, but I think it's important it's a progressive thing, and I think, you know, the younger guys is teaching them to run the trolling motor, you know, tying knots, different things, equipment, gear, you know, line, different things, and then, you know, kind of taking where the angler is and working with that. I know for me, what was very satisfying this year is some young guys that maybe didn't know how to skip, and I'm just talking spinning reel, you know, just teaching them the motion of skipping to be able to do a forehand and backhand skip, and we practice that also, you know, at Jake's, and we talk about, you know, or pitching and flipping when we were at your house for a meeting, and Ricky threw down a, you know, $20 bill and said who can, and it made it competitive. But that pitching, those skill sets, and then it's like you can't just be good doing it at one time. Yeah. You got to do this on your own time in the backyard, you know, in the living room, wherever, garage, pitching to something, flipping to something. And if you work on this, but there's nothing more satisfying to once they've learned that skill set, take it up to Lake Anna, skip it under a dock, skip that under dock, skip back under there, and you hook a 4-pounder. Like that, yeah. God gave me a big hug. Like that was satisfying because, you know, you're putting them on fish, certain techniques, a lot of patience. It takes tremendous amount of patience to coach. But again, just taking the angler where they're at, finding out what they do well, finding out what they like to improve on, kind of like your question. Mm-hmm. What are some areas, you know, it might be a specific technique, it might be casting, it could be any number of things, but taking that and working on that skill that can add to your repertoire, so when you go out you can hopefully have success on those different bodies of water. But a lot of patience, just a passion for youth, and seeing that growth opportunity over the years. You know, anybody can do it. You've got a boat, you've got time. We're always looking for boat captains that are willing to come in and help the youth. And sometimes if it's not a tournament, it's practice. Yeah. I know what's cool too, like I've passed your dad coming in, dropping the boat off, so that when you get off of school, you can jump on the boat and fish, and you now have your driver's license. So,
and that's Morgan 73 on Instagram asks, what type of boat do you need to be a boat captain? That's interesting. Is there any?
What was the question?
Morgan says, what type of boat do you need to be a boat captain?
So there's a minimum horsepower.
Okay.
And for the state of Virginia, you can't have a jet boat.
Okay.
It's got to be a prop boat. There is liability. I think it's $300,000 liability insurance that you must have on that boat. Now the anglers, as a BASS member, they are insured on the water. Okay, so that's taken care of on that. But you still have to have that liability insurance on your boat. I wish I knew what the minimum horsepower limit was. What is it? It's not 250 though, because it's like 115 probably. Yeah, so like they used to be where you could have a pontoon boat. They didn't care. And every state is different. But the problem is you get on some of these bigger bodies of water, that safety, you know, obviously working nav lights, working live well, the minimum horsepower. They're requiring a boating class now, which is great too. These guys already have it. We're offering a class at Jake's for those that don't. You can go online. Guys, that's so critical. And I think that's and they're changing the rules up in the state as well to where they can't run the big motor on the tournament day, but they're doing everything else. But the goal is, as they become young adults, and he now will go from not his dad launching the boat, he's going to launch the boat, and he can trailer the boat.
That's so cool.
You know, as he's getting ready to go into college. That's kind of what we're doing. It's a progressive thing to try to get you to where you're self-sufficient on your own, and safety being a big part of that.
Check here. Oh, guys, I'm scrolling through to get all your questions answered. Now, if you're on Instagram, I cannot share the questions. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, you can type up your questions. I can share it on the screen right now. Here's a good one from Atlas. I think it's she. Sorry. Is there what are the ages? What are the ages for the youth? I'm assuming you're saying how young, because we know like you can't be like 38 and doing it. So how young can you start with the youth program?
I think it's like second grade. It's elementary school, so say second or third grade, and that's a good question. They've got divisions. So the junior division will say, let's say second grade. I would go to Virginia Bass Nation to confirm that. But let's say elementary school age up through fifth grade, those could be partners.
Yep.
And then, elementary up through eighth grade. Yes, so elementary up through eighth grade can be a partner. An eighth grader can fish up in high school, but they got to stay up. Okay, and then 9 through 12 is a high school division. So you got a junior division and a high school division. So those are the requirements for the anglers. You got to have a partner of that age group for junior and senior division, and then you got to have a boat captain. And so you have those two things, then you can get signed up. We're at www.frederickbass.com. We also have a Facebook page. Lake Anna's a big club. There's clubs all over the state. But I would go to Virginia Bass Nation too, and you reach out to them if you're not sure which club to join. They'll kind of give you
another good question. Is there a limit on how many people can join? Is there a limit on how many people can join the clubs? So
No.
Frederick, are you capped?
Right now we got 3 in the junior and 3 in the senior. The biggest thing is boats. Like there's no limit. But what happens, like Lake Anna's got a huge team.
Yeah.
And what happens though, the boat captain is a sticky point. Like if mom or dad doesn't have a boat and they're not the boat captain, you got to find somebody that, like, I don't have any kids in it. We have several boat captains that don't have kids in it. Your dad is a boat captain for us, which is good. And so there's no limit unless you can't find a boat captain that will commit to 4 to 6 tournaments a year.
Yep.
And there is travel expenses. That's the thing too. They get really cool jerseys, but the travel expenses when you're driving 3-4 hours away, lodging, you know this, Thomas, and that's what's hard even in college.
Yeah.
You're not getting scholarship, or you're not getting, majority of them, they're not handing you money, and they're not paying for your travel expenses. So you got your vehicle, you got your boat, you got your fuel, you got your lodging, you got your food. It's not cheap.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I encourage guys too, it's okay to go to college and fish. And Thomas has talked about this before too. He understood the financial commitment for this. You need to have a good job that allows you time off and the funds to be able to pay for all these things.
No.
But it's fun.
I agree. I mean, guys, thank you so much for coming on. Any last things you want to mention here before we go on a commercial break?
Anything you want to mention?
You sure, boss? What's your favorite bait?
I'd have to go shaky head or chatterbait.
Shaky head or chatterbait. There we go. Are you in the boat with Ricky at all? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I think this guy right here, his name's Ricky. Is this your coach? So he's
Come on
the
over
reason.
here, Ricky.
You're on. Come on,
Come
man.
on, Ricky. Ricky's going to sit down my spot. We're talking about boat captains, Ricky. And guys, we're so fortunate to have this guy, not only as a boat captain, but part of our program. He's taken to this next level.
Yep.
Mr. Folk, have a seat there, buddy. Put you on the spot.
Gosh. And then if you want, you can put these headsets on, you can hear better. How does that sound? A little bit easier to hear me now?
I can.
Easier to hear me?
Yep.
All right, perfect. All right. Yeah, I mean, introduce yourself to the great audience at home.
I'm Ricky Falk. These are my 2 boys right here in Frederick County Bass. I fished the opens this year, other than not being able to fish the opens because of what bass did. So I have to find another series of fishing for me. So I'm probably going to join some local stuff, fish individual, and spend more time with these 2 here, trying to get them further along. So I'm just kind of like taking a step back.
How did you get into coaching?
Jared asked me one time about needing boaters, and I was like, you know what? I think it'd be a fun thing to do. It'd be my way of giving back. I don't have kids of my own, but it don't mean I can't spoil two other kids of myself. Yeah.
I mean, all I've heard is absolutely great things from your tutelage and what you've done here, and it is such a tremendous breath of fresh air to see good coaches, people giving back to the community. Because I see this in Little League and Pee Wee football. You don't have good coaches anymore that are willing to teach the next generation.
Exactly. And what I'm trying to show these boys is there's other ways to catch fish other than forward-facing sonar. And it's basically fishing 101. Trying to figure, knowing what the fish are doing through the year. There's certain times when forward-facing is just not going to work. When they're moving the beds or post-spawn. And so, and that's what I'm trying to show these guys. There's other ways on lakes to catch fish. So, and I've seen their improvement through that. And I think they understand also what I've showed them that really helped them along.
What is something, just a not to give away your secrets, but what is something that people feel like that they're missing because of the forward-facing sonar? Because you mentioned teaching them how to fish without it. What's something that you think people are losing skill-wise because of forward-facing sonar?
Well, a lot of people's losing the top water bite. I mean, who don't want to catch a fish on top water?
Yeah.
I mean, we did some fall fishing over at Anna last year, and they finished third both days. And that started off on a top water bite that nobody was doing.
How did you find it?
Well, just
observation
and watching what the bait was doing. Plus, my years of fishing before, I fished a long time without forward-facing sonar. So, I've been doing this for about 30 years. So, top water's always been a fun thing that I enjoyed, and there are certain times of the year to throw it. It can be very productive. Actually, down at Bugs, we was on that buzzbait bite, and we actually turned Jared onto it and told him to come to the same creek.
Wow.
And their boys actually, they did good the second day. So, but yeah.
So you mentioned off camera, you finally gave in to the dark forces of forward-facing sonar. You have it now. You're learning it. What are your thoughts before owning it and now owning about the technology and just fish behavior? Have you picked up anything just being able to see what that has to offer?
Well, what I'm seeing is how the fish are reacting to baits. Actually helping you find fish in staging areas. Things that I had missed over the years of where actual fish are staging prior to moving in or out.
I mean, that makes sense. And that's the biggest thing I've heard from everybody. And the thing when I got it too is it's just your ability to quickly filter through the information of they don't like this color jerkbait because the 3 fish I threw it at left and turned. And I can see with this younger generation, you don't spend 40 minutes with one color hitting 50 points. You need to make that is within one fish, you make an adjustment, and you keep making those adjustments until you get things dialed.
Exactly.
But I've also seen, like you said, where my head is so locked in sometimes to the screen, I don't just get up and look at my surroundings at what's going on. Oh, there's a herring over there.
Yeah.
Why is a herring over there?
Yeah.
Birds are diving.
Yeah. I mean, even though you're forward-facing sonar, my head's like an owl. I'm always constantly looking up, double check, and then go back down. You might miss something. And I've told them, I was like, you have to stay alert when you're fishing. And that's another key of fishing as a tool.
James River. I did a tier list a while ago trying to rank all the fisheries. Is the James better than the Potomac, or do you think it's just two different animals?
Well, yeah, it's probably two different animals. The Potomac, I'll put it to you like this. Potomac is a whole lot safer to run than the James.
I agree with that, yeah.
I know that for experience. I grew up in the back end of Wards Creek. I know that James River, and I missed a turn by 10 feet and cost me $5,200 on an exhaust explosion. Yeah.
That's dangerous.
So, you know, I know guys that cut the flat across there out in front of the Appomattox. I'll never do it. I don't have those type of wallet to take a risk like that. You know what they say, you can't fish when your boat's in the shop.
That is true. That is dead nuts accurate. I mean, what is it? Just because the mapping is bad on the James? Like, what is with that?
Well, I run Lowrance Navionics Plus. It's a very good chip for me. It shows you some ways to get into places that a lot of people just point their boat and go. I'm not that person. I'm going to look for something on that graph that's going to dictate how I'm going to get into a hole. You know, like Black Stump down in the Chick. You know, I know of 2 ways in it, but there's actual one safe way.
Oh, gosh.
And that's the lower end. So you got to go in behind the duck blind and then shoot across that flat.
It's been about almost 10 years. No. Yeah, 2016. So, yeah, it's almost 10 years since F1s were stocked in the James, since the last time they stocked them. How are the weights doing right now? Are they where they used to be back in the heyday a couple of years ago? Is it still pretty good at the top end?
Yeah, I mean, the James seems to, and if you talk to any of the local guys around here, I'm not saying that the Chick is not a good fishery. It is. But majority of your local tournaments, and a lot of guys will say, they're going to be one out of the James. I think your bigger bags are going to come out of the James, in my opinion. I mean, you know, and that's just my opinion. Don't take that, just take it for what it's worth. You know, other people will disagree with that, but, you know, I'm not saying there's some good fishing in the James, and if I had a choice, I'll run to the James 99% of the time.
That's really cool. And guys, get your questions answered here. We got Gene on there. Gene, if you want, go to YouTube and check it out. YouTube streams a lot better. I know Facebook's been a little glitchy. I have it up on my end so far, and it's perfectly clear on YouTube right now. So you can go check it out on YouTube or refresh your screen on Facebook. It might be that. A question we have on Instagram now is, if you had to pick James proper or the Chick for the rest of your life?
James.
The James. Ooh, okay.
I've showed him, and I've showed him. They've seen what comes out of the James.
Is that a new phenomenon, or has the James always been good? Or is it the Chick is just overrated, or what?
Well, back a long time ago, when there used to be the Red Man series that fished a lot on Chick, a guy by the name of Woody Corbin told me that you can go in Dyskin Creek and throw a brown ringworm with an orange tail and have a heyday. There at that first S-turns coming in, I fished there, and you know, I'm not saying there's no fish there, but I just like the James. I mean, it sets up for my style of fishing. I run a little bit of the Tide, but I think some people over-exaggerate running the Tide. As far as I'm concerned, it's like what tide is good, whether the outgoing or the incoming, but I have seen it several different ways. I've seen with the tide coming in, I like a high tide, and I like dead low. I don't like the in-between.
Why?
I think the fish are still doing a lot of movement in that time, but when you get to that last hour of the outgoing or the last hour of the incoming, I think the fish are usually positioned where you want them to be.
Do you know Chaz?
Mm-hmm.
Chaz, I'm going to get you on the show this weekend, bud. He loves tide running. I do think there's two camps. I'm a Potomac River guy. I don't fish the James a lot, and so camping is a strategy if you have the patience for it. I prefer picking an area and running it through the whole tide cycle. Why are you against that? Is it because it's just too much Ah, okay. Yeah.
Because you're too busy running. Majority of the time, if I'm running the tide, it's probably not going to be more than a 4 mile swing.
Okay. You're not going.
No,
Okay.
I'm not going. But you know, my swing might be from, and I'm just going to use this as an example. It might be from Chip Oaks to Ward's Creek. That's as far as I'm running. That way, if I need to run back and catch another part of the tide, because there's areas, I have a ditch in one creek that when that tide gets low, he knows it, and he knows it, you can sit there and catch 20, 30 bass.
Are there places in creeks that are high tide spots, and then there's some that are low tide spots?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think a lot of people like to go deeper in the creeks when the tide is high. To me, I don't like to go. I have ventured more into the backs, but I prefer halfway and out.
Okay. What is the grass like on the James? Is it more of a hardcover place versus a grass place like the Potomac?
Well, the grass can be good. Last year, we found a 100-yard stretch that you could make repeated back and forth runs on it and catch. I mean, he lost a 4.5 pounder. Majority of the time, if you've had to catch find a good grass edge, there's usually some quality fish on them edges, especially in the grass, and it's mostly on the main.
We had an interesting show, I think it was like 3 weeks ago now, where we kind of tried to rank all the fisheries. I know you were in the comments section there. Was I too hard on Bugs Island?
You know, Thomas, anymore, I don't know how to take bugs. You would think it's a lake that big, you don't hear a lot of great big bass out of it.
No, it's weird.
And I don't understand that.
Yeah.
But it's a good lake, you know, when the shad spawn's going on, there's certain areas that you can catch some good fish. I have not caught, I would say, any bass on bugs over 6 pounds.
Really?
None.
Dang. Let me know in the comment section, what's the biggest bass people have caught at Bugs Island? That's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder why. Huh.
I don't know.
What's the biggest spot you caught off that thing?
Oh, now spots? Oh, here we go. I have caught one that was almost 5.
That's a big spot.
Yep.
That's a real big spot.
And if you really want to catch spots, February, March is the time to do it at Bugs. And crank them.
Yeah. Yeah, crankbaiting there is awesome. That's a great segue to your sponsor, which is Tiger Crankbaits. What kind of crankbait do you like to throw that time of year for them?
Well, I like the flat-sided crankbaits. And then on the James, I like to throw like a 1.5, 2.5 crankbaits. Like an RC 1.5 or a BDS, Lucky Crafts. But let's see. The Fritz side on bugs is really good. Especially the blue herring and the chartreuse with blackback.
Why is it in 2025 chartreuse, crankbaits, and spinnerbaits still work when Jimmy Houston was throwing them 100 years ago? It's like, did they never get conditioned to that color?
Well, I'll just say this. I'm still throwing monofilament line.
Wow.
You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's fair enough. What mono are you throwing? What brand?
Trialing Big Game.
Trialing Big Game?
Yeah, and then I throw Yo-Zuri copolymer for topwater.
For topwater?
Because it floats.
I've heard that, but you'd prefer using mono versus braid for topwater?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Except for frog fishing.
Okay.
Now, I've changed it up. I'll use braid on frogs, but no, mostly it's mono on top water.
That's nuts. That's wild. We got David Williams in the chat, and we got Big D TV. Big D, when are you going to be coming down to the expo? Big D says, the biggest I've seen out of bugs was like a 6-pound spot. I agree with that. He also says the biggest largemouth, I'm assuming, was about 4 pounds. David Williams in the chat, which we're going to see him this weekend, which will be awesome. My brother caught one that was 8 pounds back in 1990 in the lower end. That's a while ago. But that fish is not alive anymore. That's what's crazy is I don't know if there's that kind of 8-pounder still in current this day. I just don't. The catfish are bad though too.
Oh yeah,
real bad, man.
Yep. But what's funny is you can go on the lower end down at Gaston and catch 20-pound bags.
Gaston, everyone keeps telling me the reason Gaston doesn't get the love it does because there's a boat ramp issue or like it can't hold it. But
yeah,
size-wise, I think Gaston is almost as big as Smith. It's a decent-sized lake.
Yeah.
I mean, it can hold a big tournament, I think, size-wise. Is the ramp that much of an issue, you think?
Well, I mean, you got Holly Grove, and then you got the free ramp back in the end of, what was that, Poplar Creek?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty much, and then you still have the ramp down at the bridge. But I think the reason why you don't see too big of a tournament there is because of parking.
Parking, okay. That makes sense.
I mean, Holly Grove, holds... we've had some back in the day when I used to fish Bass Nation, which I've rejoined Bass Nation. There used to be some big tournaments go out of Holly Grove, but then the spots took over on Gaston, and now I think the bass are coming back because me and Jeff Luger fished a tournament down there quite a few years ago, and 2 days we had 42 pounds.
42 pounds in 2 days on Gaston. That's some mega weight. I remember in high school we went there for a vacation, and there used to be grass. There used to be really thick grass patches, and this was 15 years ago, something like that now. Is there still water willow and grass in that lake, or is it more just docks and brush piles?
There's the grass is still there. There's some of the creeks are still holding the grass.
Okay.
But yeah, it's spotty, but you can find it.
Okay, so it's not like Kerr where there's it's real hard to find something there. No, that's interesting. Guys, we'll have John Odenkirk with us at noon here. So John Odenkirk will be with us at noon. What do you guys have coming up this year?
Oh, well, we got the boys are fishing 2 opens. Yep. One at Smith Lake in Alabama. They're going there in, was it February? March. We got one in April on Gaston.
The open?
Yeah.
It's on Bugs Island.
Bugs Island, and then they have
State.
They made State, so they're fishing Gaston and State. And then we have the Chick in March. And then,
hopefully nationals.
Yeah, we got a busy schedule.
You got a real busy schedule. Guys, I really appreciate you coming on. Ricky, again, guys, come on down. He's going to be here the next 2 days if you want to come see a legend. If you have any questions about high school fishing, email me, fishingthedmv@gmail.com. Email me, fishingthedmv@gmail.com. We're going to hopefully have John Odenkirk on here in about 20 minutes or so. So we're going to be getting him on here pretty soon. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. Please, people, don't go anywhere. Just stay on here, and we'll be back real soon. I'm getting everything dialed in. Okay, guys, we are back here live at the Richmond Fishing Expo. I was really trying to look for somebody to talk about Occoquan Reservoir because it's been a hot minute. McChicken is somewhere. He's probably fishing right now, honestly.
Probably.
So I have these two guys who get to either try to beat him or get their ass kicked by him on a weekly basis. Guys, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Yes, I would just like to clarify, that is correct. It's mostly ass kickings.
Yeah.
About 99% of the time. He's a hell of a fisherman.
It's hard to beat. If you compare yourself to him, it's just going to be a bad day at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's too good.
He is so freaking good at catching them there. But how did you guys get into, I mean, this is actually, we should probably start from the very beginning. What is the name of the series that is on Occoquan Reservoir, and how did you get involved?
It's not a series. It's called the Fountainhead Bass Club. It's run by Mikey. Really nice guy. You can go ahead and email him. There's contact information on the Fountainhead website. It was founded by Dave Blank and a few of the other guys out there. I was fortunate enough to fish with Dave this last season as a co, and it was a good time. But hit up Mikey on Fountainhead from Google. You can just Google Fountainhead Bass Club and get his information. He'll give you everything you need to know to get out there. So.
And then when did you get more to the front of the boat kind of stuff?
I'm sorry, one more time?
When did you get to the front of the boat kind of stuff?
I can't hear you.
That's where
those are. Okay, sure, I got you.
When did you get your boat? Was that recently?
So it was pretty recent. I got it about halfway through March. So I did miss the first 2 tournaments of the year.
I turned them up if you want that.
But I actually just started fishing Occoquan this March, or actually, March 30th I think was my first time fishing there this year, or 2024. And I kind of fished for a couple of days.
2024. So you haven't been there very long then on the res compared to like McCluskey and SB and all them.
Yeah, I've been fishing it for about like 10 months.
Oh wow, damn dude, you caught some freaking big ones.
It was definitely like a learning curve to start. I kind of just like hopped in the first tournament. It was an up and down experience. I caught 4 fish in that tournament for like 18 pounds, and that time of year, like middle of April, that's not going to cut it. It was definitely a learning experience. It gave me the confidence to, keep fishing those tournaments. And I found a little bit of success. Didn't win any this year. Obviously, that's the goal next year is to win a few. But it was a lot of fun learning the lake this year. I'm looking forward to getting back onto it.
I've talked about that lake for a couple of years. I finally got to go fish 2 tournaments, got to hang out. I guess the time I went was when the mega bags got caught, because I was shocked at how much weight there was caught. Even though it's 6 fish, my God, the amount of fish over 6 pounds. Dude, that's cartoonish.
So Alderman set a lake record this year with 35.6 pounds. And it is a 6 fish limit, but that's close to being 6 pounds of fish.
Dude, that's nuts.
Yeah. It's putting out and it's getting better every year.
Is the glide bait bite new? Is that just because you have all the glide bait guys now showing it off? Has it always been there?
So, from my understanding, the glide bait it's relatively new in like the industry, more accessible to some people. Vic's out here making very affordable, great baits for a great price that perform very well. I mean, his lake record fish was caught. Well, sorry, she's been caught 4 times.
Yeah, I'd like to mention Matt Streichel, who's caught her twice, and then Victor Depp.
Fish Everything Swimbaits. You can go check them out.
It's a great bait. I caught that fish on a 7-inch taxi shad made by Victor. Yeah. His buddy Ian caught her like a month before I did.
That poor fish has been caught.
Same fish, yeah. It's just a crazy story.
But yeah, so the glide baits, they're somewhat new. They really started, the guys out there really started throwing them, I'd say, later in the year of 2023. And then the 24 season hit. I think every single person out there had at least 1 7-inch glide bait on their boat. Mm-hmm. Whether they knew how to use it or not, that was a different story. But I've heard some pretty sick stories out there as far as the glide goes. But it's a gizzard shad fishery. The primary forage out there is gizzard shad. So those bigger baits like your 6.5-inch, 8-inch spoons, your 10XDs.
Good God.
Just like it's a pretty much standard for years from what I've learned. So I haven't been out there super long enough to know. Been out there the last 2.5 years. But yeah, it's not new to throw something that big, but it's just a new presentation for the guys.
Did it take both you guys a little time to get comfortable? Like, I remember in the boat with you, and you're like, yeah, I used to throw this mag draft that looks like shrapnel off a tank, and I caught him. It's like, it would take me a while to get comfortable. Like I can actually catch a bass with something that cartoonishly big.
Yeah, so there's definitely like a learning curve, and you have to build that confidence to throw the bait consistently. And like you have to be super intentional when throwing that bait, hitting your targets, kind of just envisioning where that fish is. Like if you're putting a cast over a tree, just working the bait in such a way where you're going to trigger those bites. And it definitely took some time for me to get used to that, instead of like the normal, like you're throwing a spinnerbait, casting, winding, bumping over logs, kind of not really paying attention. Like you really do have to pay a lot of attention to everything you're doing when you're throwing that bait. And I started out throwing the 7-inch Fish Everything Taxi Shad, and that's been a great bait to just like get started for me. It's pretty versatile. You can add some weight to it, get it down a little deeper, fish it up near the surface, throw it around wood, rock, whatever. That's kind of where I started, and it took a few weeks to build the confidence, but once you start getting bites on it, that's the most important thing, because you do build that confidence. And I was able to lock it in my hands for multiple tournament days this year, and you catch some big fish doing it.
No, dude, like, I mean, even when I was in the boat with you, it was insane, the size of the fish that are coming out of the res right now. And the spawn there, and this is something I really want to talk to you guys about before, guys, I'm going to go get Odenkirk on the show, too, to talk about the res a little bit here. But the spawn there is weird. Yeah. It's really, really weird. You want to go grab him? Yeah. No, go.
So, fish at the spawn, I mean, like, so your creeks, you have a couple major creek arms and whatnot, and so you'll find them back there. But I mean, I've seen fish this year. I saw fish spawning on the walls. They were also spawning a little bit deeper than expected, even with the clear water that we had this year. Granted, I'm not the best spawn fisherman, so I can't really speak too much on that. We did have a couple good tournaments, but honestly, we were just focusing on fish that were pre-spawn or even post-spawn, rather than just bed fishing.
Find them. Like they don't make beds necessarily. Like,
they do.
Do they really?
Oh, absolutely they do.
I can't find shit then.
Get some polarized lenses. I mean, we had one spawn day that was overcast. You get some polarized lenses on, stand on top of your live well, and look down. You'll see them, but the beds were just a little bit deeper. But I'll let him speak to the spawn, because he might have had a better experience than I did.
Yeah, so the spawn on Occoquan this year was interesting. It seemed like it happened over like a 3 to 4 week period, and a lot of fish came up in different waves. We had some kind of varying weather. We'd have some cold days and then some really hot days. And so like on those hot days, it would trigger like more fish to kind of come up onto the bank. It's tough to see because of the water clarity, so you're not really looking for beds. I saw, like maybe 6 or 7 fish bedding this year, a lot of them in that like 2.5 to 4 pound range. But a lot of those bigger fish, they just don't spawn up on the bank like that. A lot of those fish are going to be, especially on Occoquan, from what I've seen, they are spawning in a little bit deeper water, like around that 6 foot range. Some of those bigger fish are going to spawn really early. Some of them are going to spawn really late, whether it's on a stump around some gravel or even like on a little ledge on a rock wall. But it's really tough to, like, I know a couple of people who tried targeting bedfish in one of the spawn tournaments this year, and it's so hit or miss, because you either have 5 that are going to bite that are the right size, or you don't, and that's just like a risk that I wasn't willing to take in any of those tournaments. I feel like the best way to approach the reservoir around the spawn time of year is to throw something that you can drag, move slow, and just kind of go down the bank. You can kind of pattern it based on the makeup of that bank. That's really important as far as like what the bottom composition's like. I think that's as far as I'll go into that.
I do have something to add to what he's saying. So what's pretty consistent that I noticed was that the bigger fish that are spawning out there, you won't see them spawning. For me, from my experience, I mean, granted, I'm not McCluskey, I'm not the Strikels. You just never saw them. I saw maybe one fish that was over 5 pounds on a bed out there, and we saw a ton of fish on beds, but they were mostly that 2.5 pound, either the buck males or whatever on the beds out there, just nothing huge. So,
guys, I really appreciate you coming on. I'm going to get them on later this year for a live stream, just to kind of talk about Occoquan and how they prep for these tournaments. When is the first tournament that's coming up?
You can check the schedule. Mikey's going to be putting it out at the end of January, early February, and it's going to be on the Fountainhead Bass Club website. You just Google Fountainhead Bass Club, you can find it there.
There you have it, guys. All right, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We have Odenkirk waiting right here, so it's not going to be too long. Brace yourself. John Odenkirk is coming on in about 10 minutes. We are back. All right, perfect. Let me split screen this while we get this thing all situated there. All right, perfect. All right, guys, we have on the man, the myth, the legend, John. Oh my goodness, sir. All right, let me get this thing in my ear now. All righty. So now everyone that can hear me. Oh my goodness, guys. It's been an absolutely crazy day here at the Richmond Fishing Expo. I have on right now the man, the myth, the legend, John Odenkirk of the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources. John, thank you so much for coming on today. I guess we gotta get the first thing out. Is that a gunshot wound on your neck?
Yes, I was grazed. I was with Trump at the rally. No, unfortunately, as a basal cell carcinoma was removed successfully yesterday.
Oh my goodness!
But the hazards of spending your life chasing fish.
Oh, yeah. No, you're not. Yeah, you're not joking. The fact that that's all that has been an issue, staring at the sun on a boat for as long as you did, is incredible. What have you been up to right now? As we're in the dead of winter, you're gearing up for studies and surveys, things going on in the spring, I imagine.
Right. Well, we're still wrapping up a little bit, putting a postscript on 2024. I'm right in the middle of reports. We're analyzing all our data that we collected all last year, right up until we didn't pull our last gill net out of Lake Anna until the second week of December. Just now getting that data entered and evaluated, and still waiting on age and growth analysis. So a lot of what we do is based on the life history characteristics of the fish, and one of the very important metrics of that is age. And we're looking at recruitment variability, we're looking at growth and different factors. And to do that, we have to look at otoliths or ear bones of a fish, and that is a tedious, time-consuming process. And I want to give a shout-out to Catherine Lim, our scientist in Ashland, that does almost all the otolith interpretations for us. And so she's going to be getting back to me shortly with like the snakehead ages, so that we can look more at recruitment variability of snakehead, what might be driving that. Different things like that. So as we're finishing up 2024, even though we're in 2025, we are still getting our schedule for 2025, figuring out what resources, because we can't get to everything every year. So we're trying to figure out in my district in Northern Virginia with Mike Eisel and Reggie Bob, where we're going to be working this spring in March and April and May. And so that, getting that out of the way. And then we go to a lot of meetings now. Like I'll be at a Virginia chapter American Fisheries Society meeting in Blacksburg the week after next. So that's a 3-day meeting. It's our state chapter.
Wow.
And we'll be giving a lot of presentations in here about good work that people are doing in the state, some of the university students and other people around the state.
You're a busy man right now.
So yeah, it doesn't get boring.
I just had on some fine gentlemen that are part of the Fountainhead Bass Club, and we were just talking. Is that place an anomaly? Like, it is insane, because we've talked, and people on the show always want me to bring up about the F1 stocking program, but then you got this hidden gem that is putting out cartoonish stats right now.
That's a really great question, Thomas, and a conundrum, an anomaly. A lot of different things you could use to describe Occoquan Reservoir. A good friend of mine, Jim Johnson, calls it the Res, R-E-Z, the Res. It's the best, if we're looking at just the stats, the rankings and the number of largemouth bass caught per hour of our survey time, and I'm talking over 20-inch bass, Occoquan's number one in the state. Number one in the state, and honestly, it's probably pretty high in the country. I don't have the full rankings of reservoirs over 500 acres for most of the country, but based on what I've seen from some of the other top lakes in the southeast, we're way up there. And so the conundrum is, why is it getting better? I don't know. The last time we did genetic analysis, it was one of the most northern pure genetic samples that we had. Now, everything we have are mutts, okay? So we can look at varying degrees of mutthood, if you will, and what is the percentage of Florida alleles in a given population. And in the more northern populations in Virginia, like the Occoquan, I think Burke Lake as well, we had, like say, maybe only 30% of Florida alleles in that population, meaning 70% of alleles were in the northern strain, versus say maybe Briary Creek, where that might be the reverse. So, is it because those winters are colder and through the mutt selecting process of nature and evolution since bass have been not native to Virginia, they've been stocked, and they just the habitat is more conducive there for more northern alleles? I don't know the answer to that. But what I can say is over the years, Occoquan's always been a good fishery, bass, large bass, but not like we're seeing now, not the numbers and not just the size. So at Lake Anna, at least I have some explanation. Okay, we're doing this F1 stock, and we're contributing some unique individuals to these big tournament bags. Probably, we did some last year, but it's probably going to be more now as these fish recruit and grow. But we're not doing that in Occoquan. There's the conundrum. There's the anomaly. But is it habitat? Is it productivity? Conventional wisdom holds that as reservoirs age, they get less productive. We're seeing the reverse of that for whatever reason in Virginia. A lot of these reservoirs are over a half century old, going on 3/4 of a century. And they're just defying conventional wisdom and producing these phenomenal fisheries. A lot to still find out, a lot of research to be done.
Yeah, I mean, it's even like the water willows back on so many bodies of water. I remember the conversation we had a year ago, I guess, is I started to think about, like, yeah, I am seeing water willow all over Virginia now. Like, it seems like it all popped up almost at once, but it didn't, but it's interesting.
It's definitely been sort of a gradient of water willow production over the last 10 to 20 years. And yeah, it is literally God's gift to fisheries in Virginia, because throughout the whole Southeast, there are so many different state agencies that are spending, if not tens of thousands of dollars, probably more than that, to try to establish plants like water willow in their reservoirs as they're seeing this declining productivity I referenced. And we don't have to do any of that. We're doing some planting in Claytor Lake. There's a little bit of planting going on, I think, in Gaston and Bugs Island. But most of the lakes, especially in the northern part of the state, we've been blessed with this water willow in almost every one of these reservoirs. And it is phenomenal habitat, and is probably part of the reason we're seeing these fantastic fisheries.
If you guys don't know, I guess it's a tease, I am doing all the biologist reports for Virginia, and I've had some great episodes that haven't dropped yet. And I think I was on with I think Maggie, I think it was, and we're talking about Margie, and we're talking about the York and all these rivers. And I asked her, like, it seems like all of a sudden, all these tidal rivers are pumping out insanely big largemouth. Is that just because social media, and just anecdotally, your opinion, is that because of social media, or is that just something where all of a sudden the Rappahannock, the Potomac, the James, the York, did something happen in the ecosystem that's allowing these fish to get bigger?
Well, I can't speak for the York or the James, but in the Rappahannock, there's no question. We've got more than 20 years of data, annual survey data on the bass populations in the Rappahannock from 6 sites between Fredericksburg and Port Royal. And there's absolutely no question. You'd be hard pressed to make up data that are more compelling than what we've seen in the Rappahannock. But we started from almost rock bottom. Over a 5-year period around the year 2000, we had successive year class failures, and the fishery crashed. And then this is without stocking. We've had excellent natural recruitment because the conditions have gotten better in terms of we haven't had hurricanes, we haven't had droughts, excessive droughts or major hurricanes, changing the water quality and the habitat for aquatic vegetation. And we've had some of that habitat come back in the form of hydrilla and other plants in the tidal Rappahannock. And we've had excellent year classes successively building the base for young fish. And then now those fish are maturing and showing up in bags. So what we've seen in the Rappahannock is just a phenomenal growth in the bass fishery over the last 10 years, even going back 15 years or so. It's a linear regression that is so highly significant. Again, it would be hard to make up data that nice. Mm-hmm. And it's great to see. But it's not due to stocking. The chick obviously was a successful stocking. We've talked about that before. But this Rappahannock thing, this is just nature. Mother Nature being kind to us with good habitat and good flows. Nothing dramatic either way.
Have you been keeping up with Lake Anna? What happened there the past couple of weeks?
I'm thrilled about that. I first got a text from Mark Bednarski in Richmond, texted me that, and I hadn't heard the news. And then since then, I've been contacted by some outdoor writers and other folks. And then I talked to Chris over at Sturgeon Creek, which is where the weigh-in was, because we're going to spend some time over there this spring doing genetic samples. And he's the one that told me about that bag officially, even though I'd heard it numerous times unofficially. But yeah, it thrills me to it's remarkable to see a bag like that, and it's just very, very happy about it.
Do you think is it the F1s yet starting to show up there, or is it still just pure northern strain?
I think it's a combination, and we'll find out for sure this year, because so last year was the first year we had any F1 fish tournaments. And out of we worked 2 tournaments last spring. We're going to be doing at least 3 this spring. But last spring, out of the 2 tournaments we worked, we pulled a couple hundred genetic samples. Out of those, there were 3 hits, including 1 big fish. A fish that I would not have guessed would have grown that fast. That were F1s. There's no question. It's literally a genetic tag. There's no discussion. It was one of the initial F1 stock. So that was 3 out of like almost 200. Well, relatively insignificant, but I think this year I'd expect maybe at least double digits based on that, maybe 10 to 20% contribution. That would be a guess. Who knows? In 6 months, I'll be able to tell you, because that turnaround on these genetic samples is about that long. So if we collect them in March, February into mid-March, we should have the samples results by summer.
Wow. Are you going to be doing any work with tournaments to be able to collect it, or are you going to be collecting the genetic samples on your own out in the field?
We do both, but what we'll be doing spring electrofishing on annas we do every year, and we'll be collecting genetic samples there, and we'll also be working the Sturgeon Creek tournaments and collecting every fish that comes through the weigh-in. We're going to take a sample from.
Okay, awesome. I mean, last thing, because I know you know that you're super busy here. Spotted bass situation. Is there anything new on your front with that?
No, just reinforcement from some of the stuff we'd already known. We have additional samples conducted from the New River, especially Claytor Lake, and it doesn't look any better. It doesn't look any worse, but it still doesn't look good. In that the New River smallmouth population, it looks to be on potentially the verge of extinction, and we're going to be left with a bunch of mutts.
Damn, that's heavy.
It's pretty sad.
Good God.
Yeah.
How long would the extinction take? Are we talking in our lifetime? Are we talking?
Oh yeah, definitely. Assuming we don't get hit by something today. It's pretty fast. It's remarkable.
That's insanely quick how that can happen. And then guys, like Philpott and there's some other lakes that's really been ground zero for the invasion that they're fighting. They're now in the Roanoke River system completely. No, John, I really appreciate your time today. I know you got to get back to work. Is there anything else that we can do to help promote what the department is doing?
No, Fishing at DMV, Thomas, you've been a great partner. We thank you very much for that. The information you put out is wonderful, not just from me and our agency, but everybody. It's been a real godsend to have you along and partnering with us. Thank you.
No, I really appreciate it, guys. We're going to go on a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back for our last little roundup before we take a lunch break here. So stay tuned. Hey, can you hear me okay with those things?
Turn it up a little bit.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Hello, everybody.
that
How are
pretty good?
you? That sounds way better. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, you definitely need those earbuds here when you're here. And if people want to know, the reason I clap is I also record separate audio files on the road. That way, when I re-upload it, I can clean it up with Adobe Premiere and scrub it a little bit. So I try to clap so I can keep 15 hours of interviews kind of semi together, so I don't have to take so much Adderall to figure out what to do. Dude, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So if you could, tell the people at home who you are and how you got into this crazy fishing industry.
Well, I am most oftenly called bro neck. And you don't see the shirt. Bro neck is what they say mostly, but I go by the artist name of High Speed Chase. And I do fishing music. Yep. I make raps and fishing content for the average person out there that needs that music for their YouTubes or for their TikToks or for their reels. That's what I do, man. I contribute a lot of that.
How did you get into that? That seems very specific niche.
Well, it started off as a joke, like most things do. I always been a rapper, and I always made music, so there was a popular song by Kevin Gates called Two Phones, and every time I go fishing, I always take at least 2 poles, so I figured I'd flip it. I did that little parody, and once I did that parody, it went my first 2 days. So we're looking at 500,000 views, and I was like, wow, man, people really want to hear songs about fishing. So
what year was this?
We're looking at almost 10 years now. So we've been doing it 11 years.
That's insane.
Man, we're 11 years and 7 mixtapes in, all about fishing. Over 51 lifetime, 51 streams about fishing. 51 million, my bad. Sorry, give me the accurate. 51 million streams. Nobody even knows who I am, face-wise, but we're there. We're the soundtrack of most people's fishing lives.
Why did you not want to be in front of the camera, so to speak? Is that just how the channel and how your brand kind of evolved?
Well, majority of it got lost. So when I say lost, if you're doing your fishing content, right? You're out there and you already got a platform, you already got it stabilized or whatever, but you use the music, all right? People not really paying attention to the music, but they are. So you got your ones that are hearing the song, don't know who does it, and they use it, and it's getting shared, and it accumulates streams for me, but you don't know I did anything about it. And there's a lot of popular YouTubers that use the music that were getting that notification, hey, everybody's listening to it, but they don't give you your flowers and let you know, hey, this guy's the one that made the music. So that's where it gets lost. And it's right, I'm a behind the scenes person, but I've never been that type of person like afraid of the camera, because I do my own little skits and stupid stuff too.
How did you get involved into just the music in general? Is this something you've always had a passion for?
Yeah, I'll tell you the true story. When I was in high school, I don't know if you ever seen that South Park episode when they were like, hey, Token knows how to play the bass guitar. It was sort of like that. I was in the lunchroom and they was like, yo, Chase knows how to rap. And I was like, no, I don't. Next thing you know, I was freestyling. I've been doing it ever since. Just like that.
And when did you start fishing?
I've been fishing my whole life. I started fishing probably at the age of 3. One of the videos that I recently put out on my last mixtape, it's called Tan and Brown. I kind of give a little bit of a glimpse to my life as a kid. So we would used to go to the same pond as a kid, like nobody, 6 years old. We was walking down there by ourselves, no parents, nobody even knew where we were at. We would go fishing with a 5-gallon bucket. And from there on, you know what I'm saying, we had the passion to catch fish in them buckets. Then we'd go to a yard sale and we saw some handy down stuff and we'd get it cheap. And we use our allowance and we'd spend it on that stuff, and we just kept fishing and kept fishing. Pretty much me and my buddy, Tommy Tippett. That was my road dog. Tommy T is what they call him. And if you watch that video, you'll get a glimpse exactly. Remember, just put in Tan and Brown. That song pretty much gives a glimpse to how we even got involved in any of this stuff. Like from bass fishing. I mean, that's why my love of bass fishing has always been there. It started in a farm pond.
So I never shaked away from it, and the music just came natural too. Everything really came natural.
When did you get really big? Because going from farm pond to putting out music that the industry uses all the time, there's a lot of story there in between. Like, did you start fishing club tournaments, or how did you get more and more involved?
I never really fished tournaments besides youth tournaments.
Oh, cool.
So as a kid, I fished youth tournaments. So when I had kids, I pushed them to fish youth tournaments. My kids got probably about, I would say, every bit of 20 to 30 trophies between the three of them.
Dang. What youth tournaments did you fish?
They just fish youth tournaments for local counties and stuff like that. I mean,
Lake Fairfax type of
deals? No. We're Maryland, so
you're Maryland?
They got more on the Maryland side. They got a lot of youth tournaments, and they pop up, and as soon as they learned that they can win money from it, they was hooked.
What area, region of Maryland are you from?
Southern Maryland.
Southern Maryland? Okay, because I'm thinking about where the fishing opportunities there right now. I'm in Hagerstown is where I live. So we have the Upper Potomac now I can just walk to, which is, it's hit or miss right now. You're not going to catch anything major, but the tidal region is probably, I'm going to think, because I'm thinking like I've had kids ask me all the time where you can go bank fish, and it's hard to think of a lot of places you can go without a boat in Maryland off the top of my head. Well, you got the C&O Canal, I guess, that you can walk that whole thing, which would be good.
I mean, there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of parks and stuff like that. Where I'm at in Southern Maryland, I got all the connection to all the little farm ponds, and I'm good with the Mennonites or Amish, or some people look at them. They see me all the time, and I've been fishing those ponds since I was a kid, so they chatted up with me. Sometimes you gotta bite the bullet, because I'm a bass fisherman. I like catch and release. I don't like to eat my fish, but if they see you catch it, sometimes they ask for it, and I mean, you gotta pay your dues.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
The pond thing, man, it's hard to find to get permission. Like you said, you gotta know.
You gotta know. Have a good relationship with them. I mean, sometimes sometimes you got to go out there and not even fish. Just go out there and pick up the trash around. I do that all the time, and I try to promote that. My biggest pet peeve is I can't stand hooking in somebody's old fishing line. It's like my biggest pet peeve. So I will go sometimes and just videotape me just picking up all the trash I can around the banks and stuff like that.
You got to do that, because I remember knocking on the door as a kid to get permission, and nowadays they're like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that because you might sue me or some other weird crap like that.
Well,
Maryland and Northern Virginia have gotten so freaking busy. There's so many people living here now, even compared to when I was a kid. It's stupid how big this area is getting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what that means for the future of our area when it comes to outdoors, because it takes people like you, Fat Cat, just to get kids out fishing, especially as we become more like a city and urban sprawl. It's hard to try to get them hooked on it. And I don't know what can be done about that. I really don't know.
I can say when I was a kid, they used to have a little summer camp that we used to go to. All right, it was like pretty much daycare. Your parents don't want to deal with you for the summer. We would go to the summer camp, and every year at the end of that summer camp, we look forward to that last day more than anything, because they would do a group event with all the summer camps, and it was called for the Hooked on Fishing, Not on Drugs thing. And that program, I think, really sparked more of my interest into trying to do fishing all the time, because the first time they had the Bassmasters come down there, they did a casting kid competition, and I won it for my region.
That's cool.
Right? And after that, man, that whole off season, they said we're going to go. They had the finals, and I practiced almost every single day.
Did they give you a bullseye thing?
They gave me the bullseye with the map. I was flipping that thing. I was getting that stuff right. I was ready. I mean, I trained hard like the Olympics. I ain't playing. I was out there every day, and even when it snowed, I didn't give a damn. I was doing it, and I never forget my older brother, God rest his soul. He borrowed my fishing rod that I was using for this competition, and he broke it. He went and used it fishing, came back, it was in two pieces, and I never forgave him for the longest time. Because I was like, man, I was trained on this. This is the rod I was going to use to go win this tournament. And he brought me this Zepco. It wasn't a 33. It was like a 202. It was trash. It was straight garbage. But, man, ever since then, I was like, I got to get my own money. I was hustling. I was out there doing everything. I even took some flowers from one of our neighbors' gardens, went to their house and tried to sell it back to her. She gave us money for it.
That's clutch.
But she asked where we got it. She did ask where we got it. She knew it. She thought it was hilarious. But yeah, man, we was out there trying to get money.
Oh my God. So from doing Casting Kids, like, what did you do after Casting Kids, I guess?
We stayed in the little youth tournament scene until we aged out. I think at 16 they stopped really doing it. I won a few of them, and I mean everybody's seen how I was just different when it came to that. And after that, it was kind of like, you get your high school friends. Some of them shoot. Even the career path outside of fishing I chose was because of fishing. And I say that because when I was in middle school, they had a pond in between the high school and the middle school, and I seen kids fishing in that pond one day. Like on recess, I was like, how'd y'all get fishing it? And they told me exactly what class they had to take to get to fish that pond. And guess what I took when I got to high school? That class, and I got to fish that pond. I didn't know the real content of what I had to do when I got in that class, but I had to make my own fishing hook and catch a fish with it. That was our senior project. Didn't like that at all. It was sheet metal.
Sheet metal. Okay.
Yeah, it was sheet metal. Yeah, that pretty much shaped my profession. I've got about 16 years in the machining industry.
That's a good job, actually.
It is. It's dying off, but
really?
I won't say dying off. It's more, you got to know doing code and stuff. It's more computer operated. So, yeah, it's still there. It's just the hand forming that you was trained when you was younger is not the same. You're doing more stuff by computer and code and programming.
Do you think AI and the robots will take over that? Do you think it'll always be a person?
No, it's going to be a person to a certain extent. So. I would say some of the bigger machines that had to do with making bombs and stuff like that, they're going to still be doing that outside, programming it in just because it has to be precise. You're talking about 100,000ths of an inch. That's thinner than your hair is.
That's freaking insane.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think you're ever going to get away from it.
Yeah. But
checking it and scanning it, probably so they'll be still done by some type of digital process because it's a lot accurate than a human being sitting there and say, a computer can say there's definitely a flaw, there's a hairline fracture that we can't see with a naked eye.
Do you think it'll take over the art industry like music?
Yes, it's definitely. Some of the platforms, like I said, I got 50 million streams. So they're now offering the software to protect your voice from the AI. Yeah, they're offering a software.
What is happening?
So it's just happening because there's so many artists that are having their voice taken to be used to make music. So if you listen to my music, you see I kind of got a unique own sound. A lot of these artists that are coming up that they're doing mainstream music, if you pop off and you got a hit song, there's going to be 30 people that sound like you next week. Morgan Wallen, for instance, if you listen to Morgan Wallen, and I forget that other guy's name, but he sounds just, and people don't even know that there's two different people, right? It's because that sound. Now, this software is supposed to be like AI generated where it picks out, hey, this person is using your sound or whatever like that, and then it gives you the right to sue. I didn't really opt in for it just yet. I don't think I'm that big, but it's there. And I guess they're trying to find ways now to combat with these fraudulent voices being made using AI.
I just wonder where this is going to end up when you talk about taking dead actors and putting them back to life, and it's like a skin suit, or stealing a person's voice, like
especially that Beatles stuff.
Yeah, dude, it's weird.
I'll be like, man, I don't know if I can listen to it. Kind of feels like we're being haunted a little bit.
It is. It's like a corpse. And I saw somebody where they tried to take Captain Kirk and bring him back, and I watched this little clip, and it's just not quite right yet. And I don't feel like with the voice caption necessarily they're quite there yet, but in 10 years, dude, I don't know how you're going to be able to protect yourself. Or if you're making a living, you already have your brand set. So I think for people that already have their brand set, when this wave comes in, you can still make it. But if you're trying to start in YouTube or this industry in 4 or 5 years, it's going to be way harder, I think, to be able to do it because the copycats are out there. The way they can just steal
they'll steal you so fast. It's like, and that's the main thing with, like we were talking about earlier about the music itself. People steal it all the time. I mean, I get probably, I would say about 100 to 200 messages, inboxes every week asking, hey, can I use this sound for this or this and that? And I said, you might as well just take it like everybody else. it's an easy reply. I mean, I put even my messenger. I kind of already got an instant message telling you, hey, we'll get back with you. But it's always the same question. Hey, do you mind making this song, or me using the
Camera.
All right.
And let's get this extra camera going here. Come on.
We'll get to this Bass Pro thing. Then we'll wrap this up.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, we gotta talk about the Bass Pro thing.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I kicked the thing by accident. My apologies there. Yep, I'm going to move my foot out of the way there. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, as we were continuing on there, so we get to the Bass Pro Shop thing, because you're an absolute busy man. When was your biggest, leading up to the Bass Pro Shop thing, when was your big first break?
I mean, it's kind of hard. I won't say it's big, but I did an original song right after the Two Poles parody. I did that, and that was it's called Rod Flexin'. Now, Rod Flexin', over the years, I done had a couple TV shows pick it up for the Outdoor Network, and I never really thought too much of it because I kind of gave my rights away. That's before I even got any involved, because you really didn't see a future in doing what I'm doing. You feel me? I didn't really see a future in it. And then after I did that song, I decided I was going to go to one of the major league, I think it was Bassmaster. It was a Bassmaster tournament. I mean, I got Jared Swindle, I got Shaw Grigsby, Ishman Rowe, can't think of all the other ones. Skeet Reese was in it. They all decided, I was like, yo, I'm making a fishing rap video. All of them did the hook for me, and I recorded all of it. That one was pretty big, pretty dope. I noticed like the following week, I seen a bunch of people trying to make T-shirts before I could even get T-shirts out saying Rod Flexin' on it. Yeah, and then they admitted that they used that. I mean, they saw the video, so I was like, yeah, sometimes you got ideas, but got to keep quiet before you get everything set out there. But that was a big one. And after that, we did a crappie song that was on that first mixtape. We did a mixtape series. I think it's 4. All called Beer Bait and Bars, volume whatever. Every one of them's got like a sub title to it. So I think Beer Bait and Bars volume 1 was like a fisherman's mixtape. Beer Bait and Bars volume 2, which features Fat Cat on one. That one has done probably about 30 million in streams itself. After that one, it's like every year now you got to do it. They look forward to it. It's like every season we need something else. So that one was the only one I ever got a CD made for.
Wow.
And yeah, we sent them out, but CDs are dead, so I won't do that again, ever.
Do you think everything will be digital with music? Do you think it'll ever go back?
Definitely. It's all going to be digital. There's no point of trying. I mean, look at all the new vehicles that are coming out there. How many of them I've purchased probably 3 or 4 new vehicles. Not one of them has a CD player in it. Everything's built from my USB drives or Bluetooth, so yeah, it's not coming back.
How did the Bass Pro Shop thing happen?
All right, so like I said, I love Bass Pro. Shout out Johnny. I love Bass Pro. I have a friend that meets up with him every year. Like we've been friends in contact. Be honest with you, all the music and all that stuff. There's numerous people I always do favors for, and I always look out for putting on videos, music, anything in the backgrounds for their stuff. And I asked him. I said, "Look, I made the Bass Pro song in 2023, and I told him, I said, if you're meeting up with Johnny, let him listen to it, let him hear it." And no more than probably about an hour after that, I'm getting a FaceTime from Johnny Morris himself.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he FaceTimed me twice. It was like, I didn't know what to say. You think I'm just babbling on right now? I didn't know. It's like I've been in front of plenty of celebrities. I don't get starstruck, but man, this dude shaped my whole life pretty much. Even talking to Bill Dance. I met Bill Dance. I did a song about Bill Dance too. Met Bill Dance, and he's a cool guy just to talk to. But Johnny was like, it's Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has it sunk in yet, this journey?
Oh, nah, not really. Like I said, this is funny because nobody knows who I am, especially like I said, I rarely take my glasses off. I think that's why I said Clark Kent effect is real. Superman is real because, nobody knows. You can go places. Now, every once in a while, like I said, we did Bassmaster Classic. I walk around there. People like, yo, you have to sign this right away. Like, yo. Sometimes if I don't have my glasses on, I walk on Walmart and places like that. Like, yo. They say, bro neck. It's always bro neck. They know. Yeah, but Johnny's cool people. It's been a year in the making. We're trying to get this Bass Pro music video all straightened out. But like I said, the hoops and the hurdles for this, like I said, I have to cover everything. Everything has to be perfect. The timing, just coming here in these events here, we have to meet people that we know that'll be placed in here's chest. Place these people in certain aisles in the store. Make sure, like I said, it's going to be comedy, it's entertainment all the way, but it's promoting fishing and their stores. So you can't be too crazy, but it's got to be, hey, I want to watch it. So yeah, it's a lot of work.
We have an interesting question that was on Instagram, which is how can you protect yourself? And I'm assuming he's talking about like if you post a song on a short and somebody takes that. Can Instagram or Facebook or TikTok flag it?
They're flagging everything. They flag me. I make it and they'll flag me because, so when you distribute your music, you got to go through distributing company. All right, so I'll take my music and I'll upload it. They'll run all the algorithm or everything. They'll have it so it's going through all these digital stores. But at the same time, they're gonna make sure the copyright stuff. So it'll pop up sometimes. Now that they got the reels and stuff like that, the music is there. You just got to search it. It's already there for you. So if you go to your music, say, this is the trick for all y'all that do it, that always message me the same question. We're on this platform, we're on this podcast, and we're going to tell you, this is the trick. Go search it in the reels for that sound. Now, turn that sound all the way down if you have it in the background already of your music or your video. That way you can still hear you talking and all that stuff. But now you got the music. Sometimes you'll hear the little double, you do audio, you know how you hear it. But if you turn it all the way down almost to 1, it'll still won't flag your video. But the next time somebody wants to try to snatch your audio or something like that, they're going to pick up that sound and that sound only. So they'll get that. And I'll get my stream that I was supposed to get anyway. But now they got to, that's how it works. It's the only way you can do it. Or it's going to flag you. Because if I put up my music that I've already made and I put it up on one of my posts, because I'll have it timed the way I want it timed, it's going to say, hey, your copyright stuff pops up. And then I made it. So, I can dispute it and I got the backing, but the average person doesn't have that. So, yeah, that's the trick. If you like the song, if you like the music, go ahead and just copy that sound on top of it and mute it all the way as close as you can till it's on, but it's not there. That way, the algorithm reads it as, hey, it's not copyright infringement anymore.
Dude, that's so crazy how they do this on the back end on platforms just to be like how it reads it and all. It's annoying, and I don't make my life to where everything is dependent on getting flagged or not getting flagged. That's got to be a freaking nightmare for content creators that got to run that gamut all the freaking time. Just think when you're doing the parodies, and that's why I kind of, hey, I'm sorry everybody. I'm telling you. If I do parody, it's just going to be a parody. I don't want to
it's a headache. It's just such a headache. Some of these songs that you get the instrumental for to do little parodies, like the Beyonce's Texas Hold'em. We did it as Texas Rig about fishing, right? Jumped off the break, but it took so much to get it be able so people could stream it. Because we had to manipulate the sound, the instrumental itself. I had to have a guy, I had to pay a dude to go through it and fix it, to break up the code and everything, and then we could use it. But it was one of the top songs was on that project. I couldn't let it go, and we already had a listening party with pros from MFL fishing or whatever stuff, Major League. It might be Major League. One of them, they did a listening party where I let them listen to multiple tracks off of there to get a pro's point of view on the music. And one of them was the guy that won it, that he liked that song a lot. So I was like, he likes it that much. He said, everything you saying in this song is what I did to catch these fish for win this trophy. I said, all right. So we had to have that clip, and I did all I could, man, just for you. That was Michael Cat.
How much editing do you do?
I do a lot, and I'm not that great in it. I'm good. Look, I'm good at making shit funny. Excuse me, language. I did a good job. If my dad was watching, he'd be like, he went that whole time without cussing one time. That's hard. So I don't got a swear jar. If I had a swear jar, I'm telling you, my kids would be rich. But yeah, it's a process, because I don't know if I should take too much time in doing it, because the things that you concentrate on that you know, hey, this is going to be funny, and then you put it out there and nothing happens. Then you do some whack stuff real quick. Let me do this, post it up there, and it hits 2 or 3 million. You'd be like, why did I take 2 or 3 hours making this one and not getting nothing?
I mean, that's the algorithm. I mean, good God. I've put out conversations like, this is going to do well, this is crap. And I was like, this one's not going to do well, and it charts. And it's like, I mean, there's some things you can do, but it's so weird about people's flavor of the month and what's going to hit or not. But with you, it seems like you're not trying to put out, and I guess there's different ways. Some content creators will put out a bunch as much as possible. Others will like, I'm going to do one project at a time. Do you get stressed about trying to keep to a deadline at all?
No, because I know every day I feel as though that I'm a walking, I can come up with stuff on the fly. Even like I said, shout out to Fat Cat. He told me a while ago about feeding the algorithm, make sure you keep on the content. And now it's gotten to the point where it's gotten so easy that 15 to 10 seconds, all I got to be is 10 seconds of funny. 10 seconds of fishing, 10 seconds of that random thought that, hey, you know the answer to it, but you say it anyway just because you want to see what other people's opinions are. You don't even care. But now you fed the algorithm. Now the algorithm, people's like, yo, and they comment, even if it's negative, positive. I mean, it's working the analytics and the algorithm at the same time.
Why 10 seconds of funny? That's very specific.
10 seconds of funny is because people's attention span has dropped down to 10 seconds. It used to be 30 seconds. It went from a minute. That's why when you started, like your reels and all that stuff is set for a minute. But when TikTok came around, TikTok came down to 15 seconds. They start their clips. You can choose 15 seconds. You can choose a minute, and then you can choose 10 minutes. Now, if you choose 15 seconds, everything that you want to say in 15 seconds, you're never going to get out of it. So then you choose a minute. Then you can average, hey, how long it take me to get to my punchline or whatever I want to say, and time it through there. But 10 seconds attention span with people scrolling, it's just that fast.
That's so sad.
It is. And that's what you got to keep up with. And I mean, I'm just going off experience and the fact that I'm shadow banned. TikTok, I don't care if you get shut down or not. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, hey, congratulations. But the fact of the matter is, once you get shadow banned and you know what's working every time, you can make it as funny as you want to be. It doesn't matter anymore. You're hitting that 200 views, stopping. And if you hit 300 views, that means you know it was funny, but they're going to lock you at that baseline. It happens all the time. But you got to know how to work the algorithm, and you also got to pinpoint exactly how quick you can get that funny out, that person don't scroll past it with their thumbs, and they want to share it with their friends. So if you can knock it out, them quick skits, 10 seconds, especially with fishing, then you'll build your content, you'll build your platform, then whatever you want to do afterwards, if you make the following happen, they're going to follow.
Where's it going then? Are we going to go down to 1 second until people are just eating crayons?
Just going to start smacking yourself and eating crayons. I guess that's what it is.
I mean, it's like, I'm not trying to, like, I don't like to.
Licking windows.
Because, I'm not.
It's going to be popular.
Probably would be too, with some of the wild shit I've seen on TikTok. And it's not the TikTok creators, because they're doing what the algorithm says, but I feel like TikTok has been a net negative for social media with just how it's shaped it to being so quick. And it keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter.
It's got its pros, it's got its cons, and the money part of it is definitely the pros, because people are getting
100%.
rich.
100%.
Look, I don't know what to say, to be honest with you. I've been in that form like, dang, man, why can't that be me?
Yeah,
but and you be like, dang, I didn't buy nothing from the TikTok shop probably until like fall season when I needed a leaf blower. That was the first purchase I ever made on TikTok shop. I was scared about my finances. I don't want to spend that, but a $100 leaf blower, and I love that leaf blower. I bought like 3 more products off TikTok shop. The stuff is amazing. And then you can see why, hey, I want Amazon. I'm like, I can't compete. 2 days shipping. I had that stuff that I bought off of TikTok.
That's crazy.
Whole leaf blower, gas powered, backpack, everything. Came with earmuffs.
That's pretty impressive.
Hey, I was like, damn, man. Did my whole yard. Then started up 1-2 cranks, boom.
No, and I'm glad you touched on that, because I know we've had people on here that have talked about like, oh, TikTok creators are not real creators, blah blah blah. But you guys put a lot of work in. You're not like some of these like Twitch streamers that just sit naked for an hour and do nothing and get paid. Like, you guys work just as hard with what you do.
I mean, a lot of these fishermen that are pushing their products on there, fishing rods, gear, soft plastics, all that stuff. They work hard to make their content, but then they get stuck in a bubble. They get stuck in a bubble of repeating the same thing. So now you got to do something that gets their attention back. And that's why I say the skits and stuff like that, you got to do it. But then you got your copycats. They're out there. They're going to keep copying everything you do. You just got to face it. My wife, she does reefs and stuff, right? She's always trying to get on to what she's got to do to make her reefs pop. And I say, hey, whatever you do, somebody's going to see it. If you get mad at that now, they're going to copy it. They're not going to want to buy it. They're just going to copy it. So you gotta put that in your mind state. If you want to be great at what you do, you got to keep on being creative.
It's such a balance, though, man, between getting defensive anytime somebody tries to copy you, but then also like having to kind of protect your kind of brand. Like, I know I've had some people that want to try to start doing conversations long form. It's a form of flattery, I get it, but then it's like, how much do you try to be defensive about it too? And I feel like it's a middle ground you have to take with it.
So a lot of people know who Adam J is. Adam J is another fish rapper. They always compare. Every time I got a video that's doing 3 or 4 million views, oh man, you're another person trying to be like Adam J. And I was getting offended, and look, it was bothering me a lot until I realized, look, like me and him chatted out. So that too, and like, look, I can't get mad at his fans because his fans, it's not him. So I just keep on doing what I do because I know I'm unique. I know that nobody's going to sound like me. And I mean, life's too short, and they got to get over that part too. I mean, I suffered a heart attack at 35.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I got to deal with blood cancer and them pills and medicine. So I take every day, I mean, like it's a blessing. So, I mean, with that being said, I really feel as though, I can't dwell on this and that. And I mean, so much positive that comes out of fishing in general. People, this is my therapy. Look, I'm missing my therapist right now because the lakes are frozen. I've been trying to visit and get my session in, but the lakes are frozen.
we got a little bit longer to wait before everything's going to be opening back up.
Yeah.
Dude, I know you're a busy man. I don't want to steal you for 6 hours here, but is there anything we can promote real quick? Just give a shout out.
All right. So Monday, the streaming for a new single, and I want to shout out the dude named Southern Beethoven. People need to understand this cat just fell in my lap. He's been doing music. He was doing music the same like for a while before he even got into doing fishing music. He messaged me on Facebook last week. Swear this how quick this stuff happens. Told you the algorithm's fast. But he said he's been using my music for his fishing trips for years and years. I've been in it for a while now. So he said, man, your soundtrack, I want to really do a song with you. And I told him, look, just send me the song. I'll listen to it. And if I like it, I'll do something. I happened to have been already going to the studio for some other stuff. So I was like, all right, while I was in the studio, I listened to the song. and I liked it, right? This ain't even the song that we recorded that just released that I'm gonna tell you about. I recorded the verses for that song. I sent it to him. He listened to it. He said, yo, you want to do this other song? I said, look, I got a home studio. It's not the best, but I'll record my verse if you're going to do the editing for it. And I recorded the verse of that and sent it to him. He liked that, and he sent it back to me. I said, man, we got to release it. I asked him what his plans was. He didn't have no plans for it, so he released it under my label, my situation, and it's out now. It's called Call Them Fishies. All right, I'm gonna show you on my phone. Maybe if you got your contact, I'll text you the image so you can put it up on your podcast or whatever like that. This song is short, especially for your algorithm, for your TikToks, for what if it don't get shut down, before your reels and all that stuff. This song's already on all those platforms right now. You can stream it, you can use it for your content, and it's a good song. It's a real good song, and I was like, man, it's just amazing how quick it all became what it is. Mm-hmm. And I feel once we do shoot the video and everything for it, everybody's like, damn, man, it shot off that fast, and it just came from him messaging me on Facebook and me acknowledging the message, because so many come through, and I think that's a blessing or a sign from God, because most times just scroll up, I'll look at it, I might not look at it, I don't. Like I said, you just don't have the time to be consistent. It's so many people that see a video to go viral and they instantly message you, and then you got all these messages and you don't got time to go through it. And if you message me on IG, I'm not going to see it. I won't see it for months. It just happens that way. It's just something with IG. When it comes through Facebook, I see it.
Yeah.
You can let me go ahead and shout out this stuff real quick so we get that out the way before I forget it. Look. Make sure you go subscribe to Broneck TV on YouTube. You'll see the music on there. If you do that, if you go to Broneck1 on Instagram, you'll find me there. And on Facebook, High Speed Chase Official Music, you'll find me on there. And any of the music that you want to search and look for on TikTok, on your what other platform, Spotify, just look up High Speed Chase on those, and that's just HI Speed Chase. I'm doing this thing because I know if you kind of like, when you title your songs, your music, you got to kind of think of stuff. People like, why did you name it that? The reason why we named it that, so it's the first thing that pops up. That Bass Pro song, you put in Bass Pro and you try to look up this song that we're doing this video for, it's going to be 30, 40 songs saying Bass Pro on it. I mean, I can't help that. That's how the algorithm, but if you see High Speed Chase, you know, just search that artist. Anything else? I mean, I know I ramble on a lot.
No, dude, you're doing
great. It's a podcast, man.
Dude, it's just conversation, man.
And guess what? Officially, you're my first interview podcast I've done with somebody. I ain't never did no interview. I always just do it myself.
Dude,
so, yeah,
I'm honored.
It's
man.
crazy, man. Yeah, so you're the first, man. It's momentum. I mean, we're moving forward 2025.
You ever going to get in front of the camera? You ever thought about making that transition to be like another channel or something else, a vlogging style?
I mean, I do that. I mean, I do some of my videos is just me talking trash. I mean, that's what I do mostly. And if you can't catch the fish, talk trash to make sure everybody's laughing on the boat. So it's like we partnered up to catch that one fish. That's how it is. You got to think that way, man. Positivity on fishing. You got to keep it. If you ain't positive and ain't feeling the vibes, even being outside, if you don't catch no fish, if you're having a good time, hey, beats work.
Did you ever think about dabbling in local tournaments ever?
I do. We did Lake Anna a few times this year.
I didn't know that. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
That was my first time doing it. Haven't done it off my new boat, but
you got a new boat too?
Yeah. Thank you, Bass Pro. Thank you a lot.
What do you think about that whole thing, like getting a boat?
Well, I had an old Ranger, and that having the new I got a Nitro 18, having that and having to start up and not worrying about it not starting up.
Oh my God,
it's amazing. I was scared. I was mad about winterizing it, but I was like, it's brand new. I'm winterizing this, and now I winterize it every day. You know what I'm saying? I sit by my boat, play love songs to it because you can't go fishing. Sad. Bring a tear to my eyes sometimes.
How do you think the river's fishing from your experiences on it?
This year, and I don't know if it's because I got the live scope set up, but it's been beautiful. But I ain't really use it that much when it comes to these shallow flats and stuff because you can't really use the front facing. But man, the quality for the upper Potomac area of fishing, oh my gosh, them bass were just beautiful this year.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh my gosh, just that dark green color, how clear it was. I mean, there's a lot of vegetation, but man, top water was awesome. Awesome. I loved every minute. We got some good top water footage. I got into more of not when it's been blowing and stuff, but when it's been flat and clear, using spooks and stuff like. Oh my gosh, it was beautiful.
No, the topwater fishing has been phenomenal. Lake Anna's been killing it. That'd be a great place to practice with your live scope too.
Yeah, you need really in Lake Anna because so many fish stay suspended. My buddy on his boat, that's the one we use for they have a Sunday series tournament.
The winter series.
Yeah, the winter series. Yeah. So I was fishing that with him, and I mean they're good folks. Everybody's pretty cool. They do their little podcast thing, live stream or whatever at the end of the tournament or whatever. We just haven't done good enough to where like I placed when I was there, but I'm more of like you said, behind the lens. I like using my camera. I like filming. That's definitely been my passion since a kid. Not really noticing it's my passion, but we was shooting little nature videos and our backyard wrestling events. When I was a kid, I think I was 7, 8 years old, I had a camcorder. I was out there doing all that stuff. I never took it up in school or anything. It just happened to be like majority of everything that I do is because I couldn't find somebody to do it. I had to do it myself, and it makes you learn different passions.
Did you ever think about shooting a documentary or short film or ever do that in your life?
I done one for, like I said, a lot of the work that I've done, I say in the outdoors. We shot a couple hunting songs or whatever. I did one hunting song in general, but it put me on to a duck hunter that had a little, I would say, a foundation out in Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's called Camp Compass, where they take inner city kids out hunting and get them out there and doing all that stuff. And it's shout out John Annoni. John Annoni had me, I was supposed to go, but I couldn't go at the time, but he had contacted me to come out there to Stuttgart, Arkansas to film a duck hunt. And we did a documentary called Camouflaging Our Differences about, inner city youth, black, white. And the title was like, he was just talking to me like, yeah, it's like how we camouflage our differences. I said, boom, that's the title right there. And it came out phenomenally. We entered that into one of them local film contests, and we also entered it into NBC for their stuff. But they got that little issue with guns and hunting, and it just, that's where that fell off, because everybody that watched the documentary was like, damn, y'all did that? Yeah, so
is that something you want to dabble in again in the future?
Or I will. I think I'm gonna get to more in filming like watermen in Southern Maryland, the crabbing industry and stuff like that. I've talked to a few people getting out there, getting a little bit better with my drone over water, trying to get. And that stuff is complicated. People don't understand. It's really hard to land on a boat that's moving. You know what I'm saying? But I've done it. I haven't crashed yet. And please tell me this wood. Yeah. This table. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary every time I do it, but you got to have those shots just to make these documentaries. I actually got one drone footage of a bass blowing up on a lure this year, and I thought that was pretty cool.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, you don't never get that. That was on the Potomac.
No, like adding the drone now. That's the thing is with technology the way it is. But, Brett, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
And thank you for having me.
No, you're really welcome, guys.
Yeah,
We're going to be taking a short commercial break here, and we'll get back later. See you.
Do you fish? No. You know, people who don't fish think that fishing is lazy or boring, but it is the complete opposite. There are 100 little decisions to be made, variables to be considered, and you're never quite sure what made the difference. Did I cast too high, too far to the left? Did I reel it in too slow or too fast? Is the lure too shiny or too dull? Do I stay here or should I go over there? And you know it's not luck, but you do not know by how much. Because I am never disappointed out here, because I don't expect anything, because anything is possible. I can be hopeful out here, even in failure. Because I know if I just go out there around that tree, it might be different. Something might be different. Something I do might make a difference.
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your host, Thomas Ahrens. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
Do I want to eat a granola bar? I actually have granola somewhere that I should be really eating at some point. But guys, it's been absolutely crazy. Sorry if there was any technical difficulties with things. I was trying something new with the cameras where I was trying to record on the camera while live streaming, and it almost liquidized my brand new Easy V10. I told her there's this one camera I want to get that's about $2,000 that has a fan built into it. It's a movie camera. It's specifically made to do this. Probably should have used something like that. Oh well.
For donations in the episode below.
Anyway, so we got two more guests coming on. Carly, who are they?
Mike Cox and someone by the name of Chaz, who has a really nice full red beard.
There we go. Mike Cox and Redbeard will be coming on with Chaz Currington at 2 p.m. And then after that, we're going to be taking a quick break so I can sleep, I think, which would be kind of nice. No, just so I can take a break and get some food in me. And then actually, you are going to be going to pick up my mother. So why don't you go do that right now, because she is kind of needed. We are going to have our next guest on, and we're going to be talking about this amazing book right here, Outdoors Obsessed and Blessed. Outdoors Obsessed and Blessed. He's going to be coming on here in about 5 to 10 minutes talking about his book and all the crazy stuff that he's been going on with. How are people been doing lately? Really nice to be talking to people, to see all the people right now that are watching. I mean, I can't believe we have as many people as we do have on right now. It's been absolutely insane. It's been a blessing. It really has. And I just want to say thank you everyone who's been watching this programming. If you want, go check me out on Patreon. All that stuff actually helps me with the channel. And I'll be doing that promo right here real quick before we get started. Hey everyone, quick little announcement here from Fishing the DMV. Our Weekend Warrior membership on Patreon is nearly full. There are only 28 spots still available. Once these spots are gone, they're gone, and the Weekend Warrior tier will be closed to the general public. All members will be locked in indefinitely at a fantastic price point, and they will get all the benefits that they have today, plus any new benefits and discounts that will be added in the future. All Weekend Warriors will receive 5% off their orders to Jake's Bait and Tackle, 10% off their orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 10% off their orders to Occoquan Creek Rod. They'll also gain access to our private Facebook group community, loads of members-only content. And in 2025, there are going to be tournaments that will be given a massive discount specifically to our Weekend Warrior members. Plus, if you sign up for the year right now, you will get 8% off your already fantastically discounted rate to join the Weekend Warrior program. Link in the episode description. Thank you. Perfect. Alrighty, guys. Let's get that going there. Let's get that going there. Oh my God, adjust it. All right, perfect. Mic check. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Perfect. All right, then I'll have you hold that up to the camera. All right, guys, we are back with our next guest here live from the Richmond Fishing Expo. If you care to tell the audience who you are and what you're doing here.
Yeah, my name is Mike Cox. I'm an author, outdoor author. I used to write the outdoor article for the Potomac News a long time ago and just got into writing outdoor stuff. So I finished my first book, Outdoor Obsessed and Blessed. And I'm an avid listener to the podcast, love it. grew up fishing in Woodbridge and the Occoquan back in the day when you could still walk up on the rocks and everything. And so I'm just here looking around, you know, buying some tackle, getting ready for spring.
What, I guess, madness or passion to write a book?
I think more of a passion. You know, I just enjoyed writing the newspaper article each week, and it started on the second or third page of the sports page in the paper and ended up on the front of the sports page at the outdoor section on a Saturday. So just a lot of following, and you know, some people hate my articles, some people like them, but any publicity is good, right? So definitely a passion for writing, and just teamed with really liking, you know, getting outside, hunting, fishing, and just the experience.
It's crazy how much this place has changed, and I've definitely seen some things that have happened. Have you seen anything in particular that really got your opinion, like, oh, like this has changed a lot since I was younger?
Well, obviously, the cost, you know, I mean, all the equipment has gone up tremendously, and if you walk around here, you can find 50 different kind of types of jitterbugs and hula poppers, and you know, so you can definitely see when I was a kid, we're fishing with that kind of stuff, and now it's a lot more technology. Like, you can hear the live scope class right behind us. I just think technology is the biggest change for me.
Well, what have you seen in the hunting world at all?
Hunting world, Virginia moves a little bit slower than a lot of states, I think, in the hunting world, right? Because we go all the way back to before George Washington. There's a lot of, I don't dog hunt, but it's passionate for a lot of people. So, and that has, you know, they got a huge following. For me, I guess it would be bow hunting and where the bows were and where they've come to now. Again, kind of a technology thing. I also think the second biggest thing would be land access.
That's where I was going to go with that. Yeah.
Right. So yeah. I've lost a lot of private land, and you know, I have a nice network. I can always, like, I talk to people at church and home and friends and everybody. They know I'm a bow hunter, and everybody, if they have a neighbor that moves into 20 acres, they give me a call. So, you know, I think getting that network built is the biggest deal for me.
I saw that in Loudoun County, honestly, growing up, where Western Loudoun went from farmlands and orchards to wineries and houses, and over time you just slowly lost your access, whether that was for fishing or in particular hunting. And it's scary because I've said on my show, like, Northern Virginia almost feels like California 2.0, where you have so many people moving here for jobs, but they're not country people. They don't have that in their blood of fishing and hunting. And so they buy the property, and then they're like, ew, I don't want you to go deer hunting, or I don't want you to have access to this pond. You do that over 10 to 15 years, all of a sudden, culturally, it's lost.
Yeah, I had a great property out in Loudoun County. Full access. The guy that owned it was allergic to deer, like eating it or the hair. He's like, do whatever you want on the property. I hunted it for 10 or 15 years, a lot of great times, had water going through the property, stands of pines, the whole 9 yards. And a professor from NYU bought it and put a horse farm on it. They stole all of my stands. The guy wouldn't even let me come on to get my stands. I understand. I mean, people are coming in for jobs and stuff. They're buying McMansions, and that 40 acres turns into 10 wooded, and you know, it's getting tough.
It really is. So, how long did it take you to write that book?
I think it took me about 1.5 years from start to finish. A lot of that is editing and typesetting, you know, and having all that stuff done. Printing really didn't take long at all. You know, saving the money to have it done took a little bit of time. And, you know, like, do you do black and white? Do you do color? All that stuff goes into writing a book. But, you know, a lot of it is just memories that are burnt in, and I just put them on paper. I just started writing, and then when I was done, I thought, you know what, I'm going to see if I can get that published.
How hard was the publishing process? I don't know anything about that, honestly. Do you just Google find publisher near you, or like how'd that work?
So I have a buddy, Brian Brookhart. We literally did prison ministry together back in the day. And
how did you get into prison ministry?
It was a job. My family owns a production company, Capital Audio Visuals, for anybody who needs a conference or AV conferences. And we partnered with Prison Fellowship Ministries, and we went and did concerts in 31 states for 11 years. And Brian was a guy that was part of the entertainment, and he had written 6 or 7 books, and I gave him the idea, like, hey, I want to get this done, and he just sent me his publishers and stuff. So I have the info. When you start writing, you let me know.
Dude, but that's awesome to have that kind of background, because it seemed like it made all this more natural.
Yeah, I think for me, writing always came a little bit naturally, and I'm in the process of 4 to 5 other books right now. The hardest thing for me is to sit down and start writing and just finish one instead of having 5 things on my mind. I'm a little bit of a squirrel in that regard.
No, I feel what that's like. It's hard to try to, like, I have to keep myself to a schedule. If I don't keep myself to a schedule, I feel like nothing gets accomplished here. I can be like a little squirrel all over the place. If people want to find your book and really try to purchase it, is it available online? Is it in bookstores? Where can people find it?
Right now it's just through me. I was going to put it on Amazon, but to be honest with you, I sold the whole first printing was sold just through my Instagram page and stuff like that. So you can look for Mike Cox on my Instagram page, and I'd be happy. Just shoot me a DM, and I'd be happy to send you a book. Yeah.
That's awesome, guys. Go check him out. Go purchase that book right now. It's really, really cool. We have Chaz and William coming on at around 2 p.m. Chaz and William coming on at 2 p.m. So what we're going to do is we're going to take one more quick commercial break, and we're going to be back at 2 p.m. So stay tuned. Hey everyone, quick little announcement here from Fishing the DMV. Our Weekend Warrior membership on Patreon is nearly full. There are only 28 spots still available. Once these spots are gone, they're gone, and the Weekend Warrior tier will be closed to the general public. All members will be locked in indefinitely at a fantastic price point, and they will get all the benefits that they have today, plus any new benefits and discounts that will be added in the future. All Weekend Warriors will receive 5% off their orders to Jake's Bait and Tackle, 10% off their orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 10% off their orders to Catoctin Creek Rod. They'll also gain access to our private Facebook group community, loads of members-only content. And in 2025, there are going to be tournaments that will be given a massive discount specifically to our Weekend Warrior members. Plus, if you sign up for the year right now, you will get 8% off your already fantastically discounted rate to join the Weekend Warrior program. Link in the episode description. Thank you.
£8.
I feel like it has a very, and again, I don't have enough experience on that lake, so I can't be the guy that talks about the res like that. But I definitely feel like it has a huge population of 5 to 7 hunters. Like
There were 2 10s dropped it last year there, and then there was a bunch of 7s.
I didn't even hear about the 10s.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you gotta have 8s or bigger to get 40.
Dude, it's nuts.
I think it could happen. I just think.
Think about that.
I think it could happen just as easily at the res as it could Smith Mountain, to be honest with you. I think it's one of those things where it's only going to happen if the stars line up, and it's going to take some crazy
So like you said,
weights.
think about all the tournaments that go on the rest. Only 2 10-pounders are caught, a bunch of 7s. So you need those 2 10-pounders plus 3 7s. You got
So
41.
How many 10-pounders do you think live in the res total?
I don't.
Having me not fishing there, so I don't know.
Well, here's
right?
the issue here. There's only, let's take Smith Mountain Lake. How many tournaments go out of Smith? How many tournaments go out of the res? One every Sunday, a couple times a year. I think there's a higher probability at the Smith because there's so much more crap going on there. Unless it's McCluskey or SB who fish that bitch all the time. Like, that's the issue I have.
Do you think do you think Anna or the res would produce a 40-pound bag first?
Oh,
Anna
shit.
don't. Dude, we're talking about 5 8-pounders.
That's
5
cartoonish.
8-pounders, yeah,
Like
you're
they
right.
won with 28 the other day, and their biggest fish was 6.
Yeah, that was.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel like it has a great
We're talking
population
about-
of good-sized fish, but not necessarily giant fish because you're still on that northern tilt. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like from where we're at in Tidewater to even Anna or the res, but that a couple hundred miles, whatever it is, north is, you're talking more northerns than you are Floridas. You know what I mean? So the more south you come, if you go south of us, you start
then you
getting
can
into
get
the
it.
Albemarle, Falls, Jordan, some of the places where F1s were stocked in the past and have taken hold. I don't know. I feel like your shot at 40 or 50 is much
We had a
higher, even a
conversation-
couple hundred miles south of Anna. It's just because it's the north. I feel like it's the northern strain.
Northern strain is really hard.
Just
we had
like
a
in
conversation
our lakes.
earlier. We were like, somebody was saying earlier today that they think that they could catch a 50-pound bag out of somewhere. And I was like, that's like, what's 50 different class.
Yeah, so, like-
but think about it, a 40-pound bag. Do you know what you got to have to get a 40-pound bag?
Yeah, so
Like,
I can
that's
tell you,
ridiculous.
as somebody, I've had 37 in practice, basically on a closed lake, and I had a 9, 3 over 7 or something that day. Like, it was ridiculous. And in hindsight, I was too young to appreciate it. So, like, looking back, like, I've fished, we were just talking about this, like, I've had multiple years where I've fished over 100 tournaments in a year. 100
Never
actual
broken
tournaments.
30.
And I've never even been over 30. Personally. Now, I weighed 29 something. I weighed a lot of 25s, but I've never. I mean, dude, 30 is so hard to do. So, like, SB in that bag is crazy, but it's so hard to do anywhere in the state. Like, and I fish a lot.
So the Suffolk record is 31 something.
Yeah, our record down our way is 31 as well.
And we had the record beat one day. We lost it.
Yeah.
That day you caught a 10, I lost a 10. We lost some other fish, but
It's
my
funny.
biggest bag is 28 and a half. I caught it at the Paso tank. And if we're talking 40-pound bags, it's got to come from the sound. Like,
yeah, the only place
that's
I
the
know of
place.
around here that you could actually drop 40 would be the Albemarle. Like, and that would be
Your
lightning
stars,
striking
yeah.
twice 5 times.
Mhm.
Like, that is you're bottling lightning 5 times in a day. It's hard enough to get a 9 or a 10-pound bite.
Yeah.
So when you catch a 10-pounder, like, and I've told I'm sure you know, my first trip to the Pasquotank, I caught a 9. I stood up. 2 cypress trees later, I caught a 7. So that's a good start to start a 30-pound bag, right? Didn't happen. You know,
Same for
that
me.
day I got beat by 7 pounds. Like,
you had like 20.
I had 21 and a half, and my stepdad had almost 29.
Jeez.
Like, and he didn't have anything over 8.
God bless. That's insane.
You know what I mean? And so, and that was my first trip.
Yeah. Flip that around. First time I go to Pasquotank.
He borrowed my boat.
Caught a 9. Had a
7.
6.5. I caught a 9, and on the very next cast, I caught another 6.5, and I had 28.5, and I didn't touch 30. I caught a 9 off the bed. It's a crazy story. I seen it earlier in the day. It followed my Cinco all the way to the boat. I fished for it, came back later, threw up their first cast with a drop shot, caught her, freaking out, got it in, retied, went around the dock because I'd been fishing for this other one earlier in the day too. First cast, very next cast, caught it 6.5. And I was like, oh my God, I got 28.
2-day tournament. Second day,
Don't
10
do me
pound,
like this.
10, no offense, 10-pound lead.
I had 11-pound lead.
We're
actually.
talking, 11-pound lead. John boats. We're talking about John boats, not bass boats. We're talking about John boats. The second day,
I get beat.
Dude caught 31 out of a John boat.
31.
On the same weekend.
Holy shit.
So you had a 28 and a 31 on a less than 15 boat John boat tournament.
Yeah. It was ridiculous.
That can't even run around the sound, so to speak. So that gives you an idea what's down there. So when the elites come down, it's going to be crazy.
I don't know what to expect with that because is there enough fish there for those big bags, or will them beating it to death drop the weights a lot?
No,
like how
not
much will
at
the
all.
weights drop because of practice and all that other stuff?
I don't think it will.
You don't
I think
so?
they're smart enough that they're gonna do it the right way. They're gonna not stick them. Hopefully, I mean they practice way better than the locals do.
Not the problem. The deal, there's so much water.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, you have it's actually pretty crazy because you can go all the way to Back Bay, every river between the Pasquotank and the Chowan. You can go down to the Roanoke. You can go down to the Alligator. You can go down to the Pungo River if you want.
The
way
Scuppernong,
through, like, oh my God, for Quemmons, Little River, like.
And you legit have an opportunity to win anywhere on any of those places.
And you could catch them out in the sound, like outside in the sound.
And that was interesting. When I was at Raleigh and I asked a lot of locals down there, they don't think people will make Looney Tune runs because the fishing is so good there.
You don't have to. And where they're putting in at is they're putting in kind of close to where it puts them very central.
Yeah, that
so
kind of sucks where they're putting.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
For all the locals.
Yeah, but you'll see. I can't wait to see the map like the first day of the event when they zoom out and they'll kind of show like where guys spread out. You're going to see a good spread. There'll be guys real close to takeoff, and there'll be some outliers. You're going to see guys go to the Chowan and up the Roanoke. You'll see guys. I think you'll see several people in the field because of the timing that are going to gamble and maybe run to Back Bay or to Corova Beach or somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere outside just so they can get away from the pressure. But then you got gas. You've got time.
It'll be very
the
interesting.
wind is going to be the X factor.
Weather,
Weather,
huge weather.
yeah, the weather.
If it's a warming trend, they are going to blast them. Like, it probably won't take 100 pounds of wind, but if it did, it would not. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest.
Would you
I
make
think it's
the
just
run?
going to be.
Or if gas wasn't an issue, would you gamble with the run, or is there enough fish there you try to stay a little bit closer than running to like the York River or Back Bay?
Based on where they're putting in, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably just hunker down and fish, just because that's who I am by nature. I don't like to run if I don't have to. But
I'm a fan of the Pasquotank is my favorite river in the sound, so I'd probably stay.
It's like the weather too. Like, how the hell do you practice with the weather being an issue? Do you practice one day close and
You
the rest
trail
at
it,
like Back Bay?
So a lot of times, like down there, it's so vast. Like it's not something where you're going to put in. I mean, you can, but you're not going to put in somewhere and run 5 rivers over. You're going to find the river you want to fish in, practice there, and then pray to God the wind doesn't blow when you need to run
That's
there.
way too much of a gamble. Yeah,
It
to
is.
put all your legs
That's
in.
how we
them
did it
guys
last
are
year.
used to it.
But
They're
I mean,
used to it.
look, me and Zach Stupa were just over there talking about that, and like we were talking about the practice day for our team series and how windy it was during our team series.
100%.
It was so bad. Like I practiced in the river I wanted to fish in, and then I was like, well, let me go put in at where takeoff is and go check and see what the run's going to be like. And it was so rough when we came out of there. I had to turn around. Like, I'm not going. And Zach was saying like he ripped a bunch of stuff off of his boat in practice because it's so vast, and like if the wind blows there, that's like the only place that I can remember that scares me. Like or New York or there. Those are the only places I've ever been where.
Yeah, because he went and checked a couple rivers, and I was like, I'll handle Pasco Tank. That's my favorite river. I launched there, and I went to go run out, and I was like,
no.
Yeah, I'm good. Let me just turn this boat back around and head right back up into the river.
Like, it's just so hard to picture them getting 4 good days of no wind that period of the year. But if they get 4 days of no wind, the boys are going to light them up.
They're going to light them
Yeah, it's going to be.
There's no way in hell they get 4 straight days of perfect weather out
It's
there.
so hard down there, especially in the spring, to picture that. Then you wonder, what are they going to do? Are they going to go with like a trailer weigh-in option or something for the safety? Or are they just going to cancel? I doubt they're going to do trailer weigh-ins.
They've never done it. I don't see them doing it.
I don't know. Deadheads and it's sketchy running around, but you know the locals know like it's got them. You just gotta, it's got them.
The world got a very small glimpse of it with the BPT came.
But they didn't even get to do it. They didn't even get
they
to fish
were
anything
cut
good.
off at the bridge on the Sound up to Chowan and Roanoke. And don't get me wrong, they caught them. There were some big fish caught. There was several like 9 and 10 pounders caught in practice. I don't think they caught any during the tournament. I think it's might have been like 8 pounds or so. But they blast them. They caught a lot of 4, 5, and 6 pounders. But the timing on that was a summer event.
Yeah,
like, that was a small glimpse of what really was there.
Post-spawn, they were fishing more. A lot of them were fishing offshore, fishing like brush piles and stuff.
They were fishing for numbers like they always do.
Yeah. Whereas when you see the spring, like when the 5 fish guys come in the spring, like,
and they're gonna get it.
I don't want to make a bet.
They're gonna get a look at it.
I feel very confident you're gonna see a 10-pounder during the tournament. I really do.
I would say multiple.
Multiple, probably.
Is either the solo or the team series going there for the elites?
Alpha.
The Alpha series is going there.
Alpha is? Oh, yeah,
we're going
solo.
to May.
What time with the elites and everything?
It's going to be.
I think it is.
So you're going after them?
Yeah,
after the elites
about a week after, or about a month after them.
Yeah.
It's going to be post-spawn. A little bit of spawn, but post-spawn. It's going to be, the timing's going to be, unfortunately, very close to what we hit it this year, I feel like.
Yeah. It's again, super weather dependent. And like we were just talking with that young gentleman, we're having a cold winter.
Super cold.
Dude, yeah, this is the coldest I remember.
To me, when it's cold like this, that spawn is going to still be going on when we get there. Like,
I think you're right.
When I caught my 28.5, I was looking at it, it was in like the first week of May. But there was a full moon. Like, it was just stars aligned, like full moon.
Because I was at the Potomac on that one. Yeah, it was May.
I caught him at the Potomac.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I got freaking 28 pounds. And then he's in the whale. He's like, what? Like,
I was
freaking out. Everybody's like looking at it.
I had caught 14 pounds at the Potomac, and I was like, yes, let's go.
28 pounds, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I was way more hyped for him than I was for me, but
it was wild.
The jump boat streak continues.
Yeah, but it's going to be, like I said, it's all weather dependent. I think, honestly, from the way the winter's been this year, I think they're going to kind of be there when really that first wave is pushing up.
I think the timing's going to be perfect, and you're going to see. People are going to whack them. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm not in that.
You want a hot take? Okay, Brad Derek 5 in Instagram. How good would the bass fishing in the lower James be without the infestation of blue cats?
So it's still already really good. The blue cats, I feel like, are definitely in the James. Not as bad as the Potomac, but like I caught some hammers this year. I caught several blue cats this year that were in the 20 to 30 pound range. I don't think it's affected it like it has at the Potomac.
Yeah, and I've been out. I fish the river a lot more than him every year, and like there's been some days where I'm catching, bass and catfish all on the same grass flats, but
not like the Potomac.
It ain't like the Potomac, and I just haven't seen. To me though, like fishing the Chick my whole life, I've always caught a lot of catfish.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've always caught catfish.
I've definitely caught more the last 4 or 5 years than I feel like I used to, but not enough to where it's like, I don't have any spots where I'm like, man, I have one spot where I feel like I used to catch some big bass on that now has been overrun by catfish. But other than that, like...
It's weird. Like, now, I don't catch hardly any bowfin. I don't ever hardly catch a pickerel. I remember growing up, I used to catch pickerel, like... They were going out of style, like even on Chick.
You're right. You don't catch a lot of pickerel.
You don't catch a lot of pickerel out there. It's weird.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Is the Appomattox overlooked? Because I just had a
No,
biologist
it's not.
on.
No, it's
hell no.
it's not overlooked. It's underutilized probably more
I don't
than
agree with
anything.
that either. There's a lot of guys that fish in the Appomattox. A lot.
Well, there is, but yeah,
a
it's
lot
harder
of
to
tournaments
me,
are won in the
yeah.
Appomattox, and people don't talk about it, but they
for a reason.
are.
And it's a dangerous river to run.
Yes.
That's the reason it doesn't get as much pressure. I feel like it does get pressure. Don't get me wrong. The locals know. Like
All
I
the
don't
guys
go in
from
there
Richmond?
because I know better. Because I'm not going to compete with guys that know how to run it.
But if
know
you're
where-
saying it's dangerous, and that's coming from someone that runs the James, which is dangerous, that's
but the
Yeah, but
Appomattox is
he's-
a whole other level of dangerous.
Yeah,
holy shit.
You know, he doesn't run as sketchy as stuff as me. Left
No.
side of the Appomattox
It's
is
sketchy.
pretty. No, that one's not that bad. Once you get past the interstate, then yes, after you go through all the no wake zones.
Well,
the
yeah.
right side, if you go up the right side, like you're going Swift Creek side, now that, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to be on a sandbar, you're going to
Yeah.
tear your lower unit
So
off.
I went for a
There's-
ride with one of our buddies
yes.
on the right side, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, that's why I don't go in the Appomattox anymore,
the
because
left side's
my
smaller.
first good dose of the Appomattox was the right side, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. I don't want nothing to do with any of this. I was looking around seeing bottom and stuff while we were running.
Yeah,
I was
the
like,
right
I'm
side's
good.
very sketchy. But yeah, I like the Appomattox. A lot of the guys from Richmond in that
The
Hopewell
James,
area.
for the record,
oh
the
my
James
God.
is not that. To me, is
Yeah.
and I.
You stay
I
in
feel
the
like
channel.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I know. Not always. I run flats
Yeah,
too,
but
but
most of the time, like you don't cut the flat at Hopewell.
I'm
But,
not.
but you're
well,
also local, too. Let's say that
yeah,
knowledge
but
there.
I'm a local, less local than him. But I'm not. Again, I'm not risking my lower unit or a boat that I can't afford a brand new boat. I don't get one for free.
Same.
Neither does he. So I'm not running the flat at Hopewell to what save me
5
2
minutes.
minutes. And I'm in a bass cap. I'm going to pass them when I go around on the lower side. I'm going to come
damn.
right around the bridge and pass them unless they're in a bass cap. So, like, for the most part,
I'm running the flat
he's
every
running
time.
it every time. I'm not doing it.
We got another one. R. Grove on Instagram. Chaz, what do you hate more, the Upper Bay or the Potomac River?
Oh, Upper Bay.
Really?
Hate the Upper Bay. Hate the Upper Bay. And people are probably in the DMV are like, they're like, they can't believe that. Because I know the Upper Bay can be great. But having been to the Upper Bay in September, I can tell you that I would have nuclear bombed that place if they would have let me. It was so bad, dude. It was so, of course, everyone remembers that open that Fisher was around there. That open was terrible. Your ramps up there are terrible. It's $30 to launch a boat everywhere. And the fishing outside of being on the flats, the fishing is not that good. We got screwed on the off limits with all of the proving grounds. They didn't tell us what the off limits was until we were midway through practice. So all the people that were practicing in the gunpowder and stuff wasted their time because it was off limits. Got some good fish. But
it doesn't have the fish for the size of it. Like when I did that tier list thing, that was the hardest thing with me. Is like I personally, now again, I had the Bass and Beer crew. They live up there, so they're gonna really hype that place up. But I put the Upper Potomac below the Potomac any day because I feel like again, depth of field is big with me. It takes you 30 pounds to win, but it takes you like 10 to cash a check. The Potomac, a lot of times you can't catch 9 and cash a check there.
The weights on
the
Potomac
weights
are
aren't
always
as
so tight.
They're
so
always
tight.
tight. Because it's more just consistent. You have so many 3-pounders
Yeah.
on the, but you don't have a ton of 5-pounders. It's just so you catch a 4 in the Potomac, like that's a difference
game
maker.
changer.
That's a game changer. If you
Absolute
get 1 or 2 of
ounces.
those.
It's ounces.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
an absolute game
Now the
changer.
Upper Bay, like I seen enough, right? So I had one good day of practice in that where I was on a punch bite out there on the flats, where in hindsight, me being a title guy, I should have known better. I timed it wrong in the tournament, but I did have a 20-pound day in practice up there in September punching, which is good. But it's just having fished all around the Northeast during that tournament. That was the one that JT Tompkins won.
Yeah.
I was fishing all around JT during that tournament. The Northeast, actually, I liked the river itself, like just covering water, because that seemed to be, the fishing was so bad on the flats that you either sat out there and got maybe 5 bites, or you maybe fished for 5 bites in the river fishing hardcover. So I just ran the hardcover thing. But I feel like in the spring it's going to be great, but you can't, if it's only good during the spring, how good is it? You know what I mean? Like, we catch them in the spring.
Every lake, river you go to in the country, you catch them in the spring. That's when they're easy to catch.
Exactly.
I don't know, but looking at it regionally up there, like what are your other options, right?
I think that's the biggest kick. Yeah, I think
You know,
you're right.
like if you go to Pennsylvania and go fish some lakes. Nothing's, no offense to anyone living in Pennsylvania. I don't think there's any great lakes in Pennsylvania for the most part.
Erie, I guess, if that counts.
Like north,
as part
that's
of it.
way but you got to go. So like for the southern guys, you're either going Upper Bay or you're going to go to Potomac.
Pretty
Like,
much.
Well, where else are you going to go, right?
Yeah.
I would, to me, if I had that option, I'm going to go to Potomac. But I could see you have a lot of options. You got the Chester, you've got all them other rivers up there.
It's a lot of water, but not enough fish.
Potomac's big though. You have a lot of options when you go to the Potomac. You can go way south. You can go way up and catch smallmouth past DC.
Yeah.
If people do it.
If you
we
really
have a
want to
buddy,
make that run, though.
Our buddy who fishes with
It's a
us,
long run.
Jake, remember he was like, I was on a crazy. It was like
Yep.
a BFL. He was like, dude, I was smashing the smallmouth in practice. I had like a big bag. They just didn't bite during the tournament. You can do that. Your stepdad used to catch big smallmouth.
Yes, he
up there.
did.
But why run up there, deal with the no wake and all the other crap when you have so many other places that you could go?
Well, it just depends, right?
Depends on what you're on.
Oh,
if you're
yeah.
catching 20 pounds of smallmouth, why would you not go?
There's no way in hell you're going to catch 20 pounds of smallmouth
They're
when
up
you need
there.
to.
Dude, they are absolutely
And
up
there's a
there.
unicorn in Kerr. Like, how consistent, though, is that? Like,
Well, that's
you know
what I'm
I mean?
saying. If you're
Like,
on that bite,
Well,
you
if,
better
yeah,
go.
but if you're a
Yeah.
guy that fishes up there and like just anything, just like us, like I know when I need to be fishing up near Richmond, and I also know when I need to be fishing down near the Chesapeake Bay. It's all
Mhm.
timing. You know what I mean? Just like up there, I'm sure they know, like, sometimes I need to be up in D.C., and other times I need to be down south of Occoquan.
Yeah.
It's just timing. You know how it is. They bite. Sometimes they're biting the same on both ends of the river. Sometimes it's better on the south. Sometimes better on the north. But it also depends on how you like to fish. Are you a hardcover fisherman? Do you like to fish current seams? In which case, the northern
Do you
side.
not want to fish in a crowd?
You-
Like,
yeah, do
you're
you-
like, I can catch 15 pounds of smallmouth or largemouth. I'd rather go catch 15 pounds of smallmouth so I don't got to deal with anybody.
Yeah, I think the stigma behind fishing in the crowd and the grass and all that stuff in the Potomac is some people love it and other people like the James. Like we have grass, we have shallow, but it's not like
ain't
that.
nothing
Yeah,
like
like if
it.
somebody got within 10 yards of me on the James, like we'd be fighting.
Yeah,
You know
I'd be
what I'm
like,
saying?
yo, what are you
but
doing?
up at the Potomac, they're like, hey, what's the serial
If you
number
got
on your
10
motor?
if you
Like,
got 10
you know?
yards between you, you're like, okay, he's at a pretty
Yeah,
good
I
distance.
I can roll cast now. You
Yeah.
know, like I don't like that part of the Potomac. That's for me. That's the worst part. But I do like the grass. I love to grass fish, so I think the Potomac is awesome to become a better grass
It's the
fisherman.
one. Where else can you do it around here that's local? You know, like you can consistently
No,
get
no
that
one
bite.
else is going to have that much grass.
Yeah.
Old Lake, but it's not around
It's-
here.
and it's
the
not big
old
enough.
lake, it's not big enough.
Yeah, but to fish on that side or the Upper Bay, like you have good
Yeah.
grass up there too, but it's not. It's tidal, but it's more up and down than it is.
If you want to
in and
learn
out.
how to fish grass, go to the Potomac.
Yeah,
Pretty
Potomac
much.
is the best place around here to learn it. The nuances, the grass lines, you know,
The
because
two
it's
best swim jig fishermen in the world, Tom Monsoor and Brian Schmidt.
the other ones across the.
And
the
Brian
thing
Schmidt's here
yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Fished the Potomac's whole life. Tom Monsoor fished the Mississippi River his whole life. The two best grass fisheries probably
in the world,
in the country,
For sure.
as far as grass goes.
Mhm.
Like,
yeah,
if you want to learn it, go. But you got to be prepared. It's a different world. It was a culture shock to me when I started.
I've
going,
only
like,
spent.
Why was it such a culture shock
because
to
it's
you?
the crowds. Like,
Because it's the people in the crowd, and just people are just like, oh, you're.
I'll never forget the first time I ever practiced at the Potomac. I launched out of a quiet, and I ran to the creek where the guy won that Toyota that you fished in.
Yeah.
I forget the name of that creek down there. It's
Nanjamoy, Potomac.
Nanjamoy, yeah. So it used to be really good.
It used to be really good.
And because I don't like fishing around people, I told myself I'm going to go there and figure it out.
I'm
It
gonna drive
sucked.
all
It was terrible. So
Yeah.
I came back. I stopped in the big bay that everybody fishes in a quiet. And mind you, this is on a weekend, like weeks before the BFL, and there's 40 guys in there, and I am like, dude, what is going on? And everybody's just fishing around each other, and I
Not a care in the
was
world.
there for 5 minutes, and I was like, there's no way. Like, I got to get out of here.
Like if I get around a couple boats in the James or the Chick, I
and
can't.
everyone's like, hey, dude, how's it going? Didn't catch any? Oh, yeah, I'm doing. I'm
Look,
like,
Florida's
what?
like that too, though.
Yes, yes.
Florida,
Yes.
having fished a bunch of tournaments in Florida, if you're a Potomac fisherman and you're listening to this, you guys would fit right in Florida, okay?
Well, that's why. What does Schmidt win? Where does he do well? Potomac and Florida.
Grass. He's just a great.
Yeah.
Now he's
Or
not a one-trick pony.
Champlain.
Like he can catch him anywhere.
He catches
Anybody,
him on the
anywhere there's grass,
Mississippi.
he's going to smoke him. You better believe.
But I don't think it's just
Mississippi,
grass. It's
Champlain.
the because you have grass up in Minnesota and stuff, and it's I don't think it's as necessarily
Not
as
the same.
concentrated as you're going to be fishing in groups. If you cannot handle the psychology of fishing a pocket with 50 other people, Florida and Potomac are hard to win in.
Yeah, it is. So, like, you can imagine being Brian, right? Like, you know, in his head, like, he's not a pompous, cocky dude, but in his head, like, when he pulls up, he's like, I am probably the best grass fisherman in the entire river system right now, and no doubt about it. And he can just pull right in because he just knows. It's grass, but it's more than grass. It's grass lines. It's how they fade out. It's ditches, troughs, throw what, how you're
presenting your bait, what bait you're presenting. Like everybody's
the
throwing a
depth you're
jackhammer,
presenting.
everybody's throwing a
So
swim jig.
I'm going to go one step further. I think what being a good grass fisherman is not just that, but it's dealing with the crowd and the psychology that you have to camp here. I think there's a lot of people that can learn the fundamentals of the ditch, the line. There's differences here, but it's different when you catch you catch one and then everyone comes in. And you have the ability to power pull down. It's like, I'm not leaving my angle. I'm just going to deal with it and focus.
I mean,
here.
if you're confident, if you know what you're doing, like just like with, I'm sure you're the same way. Like if you have confidence in something, it's huge. Like you can bet that when he's fishing, he don't care if 20 guys come in on him because he knows he's the best dude in the crowd.
That's hard though, man. That's hard to fish in the crowd, and that's why I think to be a good grass fisherman, you have to be mentally. You're okay with that kind of crap because
you do.
It takes a while to get used to.
And I feel like I'm a pretty proficient grass fisherman now, but I still cannot adapt to the crowd. I'm still very like I got to get away from it. And a lot of times that's like every time I've been to Florida, I've told myself, and I know now, but every time I go to Florida, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to find. No, you're not. Do not go to Florida and think you're going to find something to yourself. Go find the grass. Sometimes that's going to be a fleet of boats out there, like at the Potomac. Sometimes you're going to find the juice by yourself. But you can bet during the tournament somebody's going to see you out there
and they're going to come
to
you.
It's just how it happens. Like
every
time I've been to the Harris chain, it's been like that. Fished in crowds. Kissimmee's the same way every time. Whether it's the spawn and you're fishing in crowds because there's so many people and the fish are spawning in such small areas. Like at Okeechobee, you go to Okeechobee. There's 40 people in the monkey box, or there's 50 people in Moonshine Bay. It's because the fish, especially down there, because the water's high and there's not a lot of submerged grass down there like there used to be years ago. The fish spawn in small areas. The lake is one of the biggest lakes in the country, but they all spawn in the same places every year because water depth dictates it now, and cover, and then the guys know, so you see it like 40, 50, 80 boats in one area, and it sustains. So that's what I'd never understood. You go in there and you're like, there's 80 boats, I should leave. Yeah. But you go in there and 50 out of the top 100 are in that crowd, and they're busting them down the whole time.
And maybe it's because I grew up on the Potomac. I've always found it comforting, like, okay, there's a crowd of people here, but there's enough fish for all of us. Mentally, like, they're here because the crowd is here. But I grew up on the river. When you go to a Murray, which I did in college, got my ass kicked, you just feel like you're just blindly thrusting in space. Like, does this pile have it? This is before scope, but because you're running so freaking much to hit them. Yeah. I get more stressed out about that because I didn't even know if the next spot I go to, they're going to be on or not. But when I camp in a big grass bed, like, I know there's 5 here.
And honestly, the only thing about it, I fish that way mentally. Like, I love to, and he stays on me, like, because I should be a timing, run, spot, hit, leave, but like the lake fisherman in me, the thoroughness in me, I stay and fish a lot. So that's my constant battle of, like, you can fish too long, stay on the trolling motor too long, waste your day and lose. I've had several days where I've done that and it worked out because I unlocked the honey hole, the spot within the spot. But I've also had tons of days where I've spent way too much time on the trolling motor and not enough time running, especially on a tidal place. Yep. And I miss everything. So that's where you've got to rein yourself in, where it's like, if like, I like fishing with him because he's my clock. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
come on.
Hey,
this shit ain't happening.
If 10 casts, bro, you get 10. That's all you get. Like, if it don't work, we'll come back on the way through. But more often than not, if you treat it that way and you try not to fish and force it, when you come back, you're going to blast them. It's just a timing thing.
Live scope has made it worse, too.
Yeah, it has.
Because you'll be on a spot that before live scope, they were there. And then when you pull it with live scope and you really see them, but they're not biting, you stay longer. Like, we've had it, he'll be like, they're here. And I'm like, yeah, but they're not biting today. Yeah. Like, we got to move on from it. Like, it's made it worse.
We talked about this before, Chaz, where we started recording, was you like to spawn. You like to sight fish. Yep. How does that work in a team environment with your personalities?
I'll let Jared
We're not a good team to ask about sight fishing.
I used to be a good sight
He used to be a
fisherman.
good sight fisherman. He really loved it. Chaz has lost the patience over the years to do it because he feels like the 30 minutes that I spend on this 6-pounder, I'm going to have 30 minutes of going down the bank to get an opportunity to catch one, and I get to go, maybe multiple ones. Like, I don't have an opportunity to catch more than just this one fish, right? So, like, I'm always looking for spawning
In
fish.
hindsight, he's way better at it than I am now. Like, I used to be good at it, but it's a patience thing. You got to. I'm still very good at reading fish, and I know which ones you can and can't catch. But he's good at, like, knowing, like, we both can say, yeah, we're going to catch that fish, and, like, put a clock on it, and he can pretty much make them bite. And a lot of times I get so frustrated, I'm like, I'm not spending an hour on a fish. It's got to be a really big one to spend some time on it. Like, he found one in Anna. Like, I mean, you know the story. Like, everyone in the tournament found that fish, you know.
There was like 6 boats that found it.
Yeah, and thank God. Like, we literally stopped a little short, and he was like, no, go to the fish. Don't
Like, you
stop
can't
short.
stop short.
You can't-
Somebody's gonna
and
cut
I'm
you
glad
off. It's
because
Anna.
Blake and, like, how many other people?
Garrett and some other boats came in
Like,
right
4
behind.
boats landed right and set it down, and we're like, oh,
They
yeah,
turned
they're
around
on
and
it, and then left. And then, thank God, like, the only reason I caught that fish is because he knew it was there.
So we're fishing for it, and, like, it's still where you can't really see it. And I was like, I got to put on a different bait. So I'm in the back of the boat changing baits, and he flips up there, jig, and it bites it. And
I was like,
swims
I
out
think
of
it's
the bush.
in the tree. Like, the fish was in a bed next to the tree, and, like, the fish was basically off the bed and sitting dead in the tree. So I kept throwing it at the bed, and I was like, screw it. And I threw it into the tree, and the fish was like, and just took it. It actually, like, my line was under a branch. I remember when it came out, it, like, broke the brush pile swimming out with my thing. So just another lucky horseshoe moment for me.
He's like, I got her, Jared. And I'm like, what? And I go to pick the net up, and it's like hung on a crankbait, and I'm like, threw it back down there, and he's like, grab it. I'm like, I'm trying to grab it.
But, like, that was the one, like sight fishing, he's just better. He's got more patience for it. I'm just a fisherman, and I just like to go fishing. And I feel confident that if I just go fishing and I do my thing, like, I'm going to get enough opportunities to win 8 out of 10 tournaments if I just do it right.
We do mix it up. Most of the time we do spend fishing, but when it is like a full-blown spawning
there's
tournament,
going to be
like
several. There's going to be at least 2 events this year. I probably have no choice. And I'm just going to know, like,
You gotta do
ultimately,
it.
Jared's going to get the front, and I'm going to sit back there and just try to
Throw
catch
your
what I
wacky
can.
rig around and get one off.
Yeah, and then when he gets tired of it, we'll go fishing again. But, you know, if I feel like that's the way to win, then that's what we're going to do. There's the bullish part of me always tries to force it. Like, I'm always either trying to fish pre-spawn or fish post-spawn than to fish spawners because I hate it. They spread out too much for me. It can be, if you time it right, it can be phenomenal. But it never, I just feel like we never hit it just right. So it's always just a struggle.
Something happens.
Yeah, you're always just like, you're
Smith
fishing
Mountain
for
2 years ago was like the perfect setup. It was going to be like
fire.
Absolutely, everybody smashing 20 pounds, and like we had a crazy big rainstorm come through, and it like ruined everything. And like we had like 11 pounds that day, and we were like, well, there goes AOY after the second tournament of the year, and we come in and we finished like 15 or 16.
And I fished the BFL up there
it's like,
2 weeks prior to that.
Holy crap.
And I had an opportunity at about 24 pounds. Like, I could have won that tournament. I broke off. I jumped off a 7-pounder on a buzzbait, lost another 4-pounder on a buzzbait, but had 3 or 4 other bites over 4 pounds that day. So, like, you know, but it was the spawn. Like, they were up there. You could look at some. You could catch some pre-fit. You know, just
they were
fishing
definitely
around.
like more pre-spawn than spawn. So
But
when
it was
we went, we
setting
were
up
like,
to
oh,
be
God,
straight on the bed, especially based on how they, you know, sometimes at the dam they're a little later, the upper end spawn a little first.
It was weird because like we went around in practice, and dude, we had fish coming up on our baits, like eating our baits, swimming off. Like we had so many fish found on beds, it wasn't like it was so easy to go catch.
I think that's why I
15
like
pounds.
it. I've been burned too many times.
And then
I
we
don't
go
like
to the
getting
tournament,
burned
don't
on-
catch nothing.
I'd rather just go
No, I
fishing
feel
on
that.
tournament day than to get burned by some sight fish, especially if I can see them and they don't bite. I just want to
So
fight.
we have a
I wanna
weird.
fight with
Answer your
them, you know
question.
what
We
I
have a
mean?
really weird complex when it comes to sight fishing in a team tournament. Like,
yeah.
Anna, like I said, we just talked about, that was an example where like I was like, no, listen, Chaz, we are going to this fish, and he was like, I was like, dude, I don't really care. You're like, you didn't practice. I don't care what you're saying. Like, we're going, and
In
you're gonna
hindsight,
go
I'm
there.
glad we went.
He was like, I was
Isn't
like,
it
we are
interesting
going.
where he
dude.
doesn't want to spend too much time on a sight fish, but he'll spend too much time on the scope looking at them?
Of course.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Of course.
Yeah.
Guys,
You're not wrong about that.
I know you got sponsor obligation stuff, but I don't want to keep you too long. You want to give a shout out to the people's booths that you're here with this year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we're actually both here with Field of Game Fishing, which is actually just right around the corner from you.
Yep.
They're based out of Carrollton, Virginia. He's got a bunch of stuff here. Everything's 20% off, so
Got a
come by,
bunch of
check us
Japanese
out.
stuff over there.
Yeah.
Some JDM, good JDM tackle. You're probably not going to see anywhere else here. So
100%.
Yeah, I mean,
come by and
happy
see
to
us.
be here. Happy you're here.
Yeah,
Finally get
thanks
to meet
for having us as always.
Yeah, it's actually nice to meet you guys finally in person for the first
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Your YouTube channel, pimp it.
CTC Fishing. Get me to 1,000 subscribers. I appreciate y'all.
He really
so
needs
I'm starting mine back up too. So
Oh my
J.
God.
Williams Fishing.
We're all
so we're
on
gonna
it.
have like different angles of all our tournaments
We're
this
gonna
year.
we're gonna try to run different cameras so that we can edit and clip. So
So
you
we're
can
both
see me
doing-
from the POV and then him from the back net, and we're gonna try to do a compilation. We'll see how it goes. But
yeah, and both of us are on TikTok, same handles. So
Yeah.
check us
Okay.
out.
Yeah.
I've been dropping like tips and tricks videos every week, so I started doing
before
that.
TikTok gets banned.
Yeah, in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Guys, come on down here to the Raleigh. Raleigh, good God, I'm having
we're
a
in
stroke.
Richmond, different state.
Yeah,
Richmond.
It's Richmond. We're in Richmond right now. Come on out and say hi. What we're going to do is I'm going to take a lunch break here for about an hour and a half. Then we're going to turn the stream back on with some more guests. Please come on down, check us out, say hi. If you'd like to, you can come check me out on Patreon. But we will be back around 4 or 5 o'clock tonight to finish up day 1 from the expo. Hey everyone, quick little announcement here from Fishing the DMV. Our Weekend Warrior membership on Patreon is nearly full. There are only 28 spots still available. Once these spots are gone, they're gone, and the Weekend Warrior tier will be closed to the general public. All members will be locked in indefinitely at a fantastic price point, and they will get all the benefits that they have today, plus any new benefits and discounts that will be added in the future. All Weekend Warriors will receive 5% off their orders to Jake's Bait and Tackle, 10% off their orders to Tiger Crankbaits, 10% off their orders to Catoctin Creek Rod. They'll also gain access to our private Facebook group community, loads of members-only content. And in 2025, there are going to be tournaments that will be given a massive discount specifically to our Weekend Warrior members. Plus, if you sign up for the year right now, you will get 8% off your already fantastically discounted rate to join the Weekend Warrior program. Link in the episode description. Thank you.